before we get into anything tonight, I want to do a quick survey of the party. Anyone have any, and you don't need to answer in public if you don't feel it's appropriate, but does anyone have any strong feelings of depiction of gore, death, um, general unnerving stuff like that?
I
Knowing that
want
I
to.
don't go too hard into descriptions, but just want to take a tone check.
Bax, come here.
I'm good
I
with it as long as it's not kids or animals.
Bax,
I can
come here.
confirm there are no children and no animals involved with what I have planned tonight.
You can murder adults all you want.
Sweet.
I love gore.
as
I-
long
I love gore as long as it's not those two things. Like,
as
Uh,
long
mine is just animals.
Sam?
I said
same. As long as it's not kids and it's not animals, I'll be fine.
Perfect.
Axel Don.
Oh,
Come
you're
here.
trying to say something.
I was gonna say, as long as you don't put up a picture of like 8-bit Nintendo horror, that shit's actually scary. It's just like actually legit unnerving.
Analog 8-bit horror.
Yeah, like I hate that shit.
So, just occurred to me that in assisting me to prepare for tonight, I think Rob might have discovered how to program jump scares into Foundry, which is a terrifying thought.
Yeah, please don't ever
Why did you tell them? Why did you tell them?
like right off the bat. Please don't ever do that.
No,
Okay.
I don't. Rob agreed too quickly. No, I don't have anything like that planned. But you know, it just so happened that some plans and thoughts that I had for this game happened to line up with Halloween, which was completely unintentionally. And in the course of developing this particular session, things got spookier and spookier, which I figured everyone would enjoy. So,
lean into the spooky.
Living room. Go.
oh, I will.
I make no promises about stealing stuff for Strahd tomorrow, so hey.
That person. No.
If it works, it works.
No, you've got treats already. Living room. Let's go.
All right, so I'm actually fairly eager to get started. So, if we could someone please provide a summary of what happened last game?
We got chased by a mechanical bull.
That no one actually saw.
Oh, but we know. We heard it. We felt it.
So upon entering the this hallway, we found a couple doors were locked. We found that there was like symbols and etchings and bosses of some kind of exodus involving mages. There was a door with a bull on it, which no one really understood any meaning to. Taro discovered that one of the nearby doors was magical, or was touched by magic. I don't remember. Did Say attempt to unlock one of the doors, or was it like, this is magic, I'm not touching it?
I think she attempted to unlock the door, and then when it did not unlock, she was like, fuck it.
Fuck it. So we knew a few things from the get-go, from that cursory exploration. 1, magically locked doors. 2, old shit. Really old shit. And then we quickly learned traps. I think Say was the first to discover that there were spikes ready to jut out of the ground in a nearby alcove area. One of the hallways had like spikes ready to leap up. Used some chalk to point it out, and allowed us to quickly and carefully get across it without impaling ourselves. The next hallway was a little bit more treacherous. A mechanical trap involving spinning blades and a rather like spiteful rune of fear at the end of the hall. It seemed like the whole trick was to convince someone to run and not get hit by the blades, only to get thrust back into the blades when they ran away in fear. Think someone tried to get across and didn't. I think it was Vera. Say managed to get across, found the rune, was like, what the fuck do I do with this rune? At one point, Jaeger started smashing the blades. At one point, Alistair tried to sabotage it. I think Say tried to sabotage it.
I think Say and Alistair worked together to sabotage it because he pointed out the runes and she shot them.
Yes, runes got pointed out and got shot. And that disabled the runes, but not the buzzsaws, but those were dealt with in time. So after completely fucking this trap to hell, Jaeger set down some bear traps for bears and for bearers. During this time, while we were running away, or running through this trap and trying to fix it, we started to hear noises. Thumping, grinding. Something was in pursuit of us. Something slow but powerful. So we made haste. We made our way around some corners, scoped around. Say looked in one direction, Alistair looked in a different direction, just scouting and trying to find traps. We found a collapsible floor. Say discovered, after hook-shotting across from one side to the other, that a rune on the opposite side of this collapsible floor was set to push people back onto the floor as it collapsed. Using rope and careful planning and quick moving, the party got across from one side to another to a door which was currently opened. Upon getting through the door, it started to close behind us, so we decided to, hey, go. Once that locked shut, the sound of our pursuer was slightly more muffled. We found ourselves in a winding series of hallways. At the end of some intersections, there were murals depicting different races holding spheres, pearls, orbs of some kind. Upon touching and pondering orbs, they lit up with different colors and had different words in different languages. 1, 2, 3, 4, which we used at the end, the final, the next door. A larger mural had these different depictions of creatures, and we were allowed to push the buttons in order. Say handled the pushing of the buttons, while some people caught on to the fact that, hey, this is somewhat conflicting, but this seems to depict, the different races when they appeared in the world. Dragons being the first, the giants being the second, elves third, and humans fourth, I believe. As soon as that door started to open, we started hearing banging, clashing, and smashing, and realized, hey, Stonewall Jackson's back behind us trying to get our asses. So, we went through the next room. Through another series of winding hallways, we came across in our scouting, there was a creepy statue with a creepy mask. There was a creepy statue with nothing in it. And further in the distance, Taro and Vera discovered a wall of some kind of psychic force. We started to collect the items. I think Taliesin discovered that the empty palms had some kind of invisible wand that could only be seen when the eyes were closed.
That could only
That
Jaeger
could only
learned
be
that-
obtained while your eyes were closed. The second you opened them, it went away.
Yes. Jaeger learned that the creepy mask, once put on someone, does not come off of someone, as he thrust it onto Taliesin's face for safekeeping. Meanwhile, while that was being looked into and checked out, Kanani and Klinkle found something else in the far north of the dungeon. Our global volume controls just you.
Yes,
just
I
you.
remember it by being like, it's labeled opposite of what you think it should be.
Okay. I didn't want to interrupt
So
the
global is actually
recap,
local.
but I wouldn't mind
No
a
one
little
hears
bit of... I said I didn't want to interrupt the recap, but I didn't mind a little bit of, like, ambient. So I was like, oh no, which one do I not fuck with? I can't remember.
No worries.
You should be able to fuck with them, and yeah, it won't affect everyone else. Turns out that it is indeed a local setting, which can be synced, which I'm not going to hit that button because that will fuck things up for you. Kanani and Klinkle discovered in another statue the hands were holding or presenting a whirling ball of darkness, which was identified as a globe. A globe of a sphere of annihilation. A rare and powerful magical device, artifact, weapon that would, as the name implies, annihilate anything that comes in contact with it. So, things started to happen once Klinkle bamfed with that thing and brought it closer to one of the hallways. There was a brief moment where Vera explained to say what had happened when, upon seeing the wall of gloom, it seemed as though nothing mattered, and that it appeared as though she was overtaken by an intense sadness. Taliesin, who was laughing like a maniac, was kind of thrust into the way of it and laughed at it, and the wall crumbled. From there, Jaeger grabbed the wand from, I think Say was holding it, a wall of light that promptly burnt him. Then the wand was used and the light was dissipated, destroying one barrier, leaving a third barrier, some kind of wall of force on the final end. With careful maneuvering, the globe sphere of annihilation was brought to the wall of force, which destroyed it, revealing a door beyond. Our exit strategy. We left the sphere of annihilation behind as we were being pursued. Klinkle kind of put it in the way of our pursuer, hoping that maybe it'll destroy it. And we found ourselves momentarily in a safe room with stairs leading upward.
Very well done. Thank you very much. Any particular incidents or moments that anyone would like to add to the recap?
Talisin's laugh is horrifying.
Talisin's creepy laugh was the worst.
I like that
it only kept escalating.
I like that people helped them before it escalated too far.
Oh no. Oh yeah, Taliesin did manage to peel the mask off of him. And we now have that mask in our possession. I think Taliesin recognizes this as some kind of tool we can use. This is better than manacles, I think.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
No.
no.
Taliesin
is currently in possession of all the things to take control of someone. It's fine. This could never go wrong.
It wouldn't be the first time a DM has fucked himself over by creating a magic item and giving it to the party. Tale as old as time.
I think that works out pretty well. First order of business, before we jump into the scene, could I have a quick marching order for the party? Just to get you guys prepped for the next page. Assuming 10-foot wide space, who would be next to who, in front of whom, and so on and so forth.
Say would be at the front checking for traps.
And Taliesin
would be at her side.
If
If Vera let him be at her side.
So I don't know
I don't know if Vera is taking up the rear or
keeping
keep
Say safe.
being safe.
Okay. Jaeger?
Jaeger would be at the back as he recognizes that he is doing this trap dungeon incorrectly.
Got it.
Yeah, Alistair's going to be in the middle. Emmett will not be far behind him.
Okay.
Squishy's in the middle.
Squishy's in the middle, indeed.
Perfect placement for a fireball.
Okay, there we go. I think that should be about right. All right, so we enter into tonight's game moments after the party shut the door behind them, leaving this swirling sphere of dark power behind them in the way of the crashing and snorting thing that had pursued them through this dungeon. Upon the solid closing of the door, The party can hear the creature approach, and then everything grow silent from beyond the door. You also notice that in the hallway that you now find yourself, it looks like it actually links back to that first door that you encountered when you emerged onto this floor, the door that you could not open. It seems that whoever was able to open that initial door had a kind of shortcut through the stairs and did not have to traverse the dungeon. However, as you all knew when you first entered this tower, it looks like one needed a particular key to move forward. So nothing that the party missed, just an observation that you all can put together at the foot of these stairs that lead upward and turn to your left ahead of you.
Well, it's good to know that the people who work here don't have to deal with creepy puzzles. I
Is
think
it
that's a bit
good
of a,
to know, though? Is it really?
I mean, in terms of efficiency and optimizing
It's
the
good to
workforce.
know we won't have to traverse the puzzles on the way back down.
Maybe if one of them has a key. Or maybe if there's just a window nearby.
I admit I am quite curious about this place. Everything we have encountered so far has left a... Honestly, I am not sure what to make of it all.
Seems like they've co-opted this place. Clearly it's quite old. You can't fake architecture like this. And Alistair will knock a few times, just gently, against one of the stone facets on the wall.
Yes, perhaps once this war is long over, I may return here to do some studying. I would very much like to know who built this place and why it was built.
I should get a few pictographs before we go.
First things first, I think we should eliminate these vermin that have set themselves in here, no?
Yes.
Yes.
I just nod at Vera, nod at Say.
Vera will take a deep breath and turn, kind of rubbing at her eyes with the back of her hands, putting on her fight face as she begins to climb the stairs. I assume the party is moving forward as well.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yep. Say's leading the way because traps.
Makes sense. I gotta check something real quick.
Okay, new map is loading. Y'all should find yourselves in the lower half in a hallway. Everyone have vision?
Yep.
Still loading for me.
Still loading for me,
That's
but
just 'cause
that's just
Okay.
because I'm
laggy.
laggy.
I can see.
I can see.
Oh, yeah, I got some crazy high pings, but it should level off. With hope.
You should be good. Say, with you leading the party up the stairs onto the third level, as you ascend into this level, the first thing you find as you climb up is the etchings of the Arcanists in supplication that had marched their way through the labyrinth are no longer present, though the walls and floor are still made of the same dark stone that you've seen throughout this tower. There is a torch lit up ahead, but as you climb onto the floor, there's a strange mist that seems to kind of obscure this place. Not smoke, just kind of reminds you a little bit of, the mist you find on certain mornings, but it doesn't leave any dew on your skin as you move through it. It just seems a faint, almost like cloud that's circulating through this space.
Does
And you
this
can hear the faintest.
remind me of the Field of Morning?
A little bit. I wouldn't say it's not as dense. You can see through it fairly easily, but it seems to soften the edges of the world around you.
Okie dokie.
And you do hear the faint whispering of winds howling somewhere in the distance. To your left, as you emerge into this hallway, are a broad set of elaborate, heavy wooden doors, firmly shut, and the hall turns away to your right, where you can kind of see the edges of another torch beyond.
Right, and I will move forward and carefully check for traps.
Okay. Give me a... Checking for traps. Perception or investigation? Your choice.
Perception. Whew, 17. Ouch.
Okay, 17. All right, so the first thing you keep an eye out for are signs of traps similar to what you've encountered thus far. Pressure plates, sigils on the wall, that kind of thing. You don't see anything of that like immediately jump out to you. The placement of the torches, you do see there are some empty sconces, some sconces with actual torches stuck in them, which seems a surprisingly low-key way to illuminate the area, given you've seen some strange arcane lighting on the first floor and even up into the second floor. The presence of actual torches strikes you as somewhat peculiar. There is another broad set of doors ahead of you, similar to the first set, firmly closed, and the hall curls ahead of you, leading further onto the floor.
And you said that it goes all the way around?
Yep. If anything looks like pitch black to you, let me know, because I know you do have dark vision.
No, not pitch black. I think I see something I'm not supposed to see.
Message me?
Jaeger's gonna check out this door that he's next to.
Sure. You can give me a perception or investigation check, and let me know what you're looking for.
First, see if it's any traps, and if not, he's gonna try to open it.
Okay, give me a investigation check as you search the door for traps. That is actually the second doorway I mentioned.
Okay.
Yep, not a secret door, just a closed large set of double doors, wooden.
Okay, yeah, I'll check those for traps as well.
Okay, give me a investigation check.
My check was a 14.
Investigation or perception?
I think I've had you use either to detect traps before, so
Okay.
your choice.
17 again. The fuck?
Well, at least you're consistent. Jaeger, the doorway that you look at seems to have some elaborate carvings on the wooden surface of the doors that appear kind of long, faded. They're very dusty, although you can see by the handles, looks like they're a little cleaner. The handles themselves seem to be made of bronze or gold that have held up pretty well over time. There's no real sign of degradation. Say on your door, It looks similar to the first set of double doors. However, these appear a little cleaner, and you can see on the floor, judging by the lack of dust in front of it, that these have been opened far more regularly than the first set of doors you passed. And from your investigation for signs of traps, you don't see any that pop out to you.
Can I stealthily pull this door open a little bit?
Sure. First, give me a stealth check. Okay. So you go to try the handle, and you find that the doors are locked. Not trapped, just locked.
Okay, lockpicks.
Lockpicks. There is space for a key here, so you are able to mess around with it. Go ahead and give me a thieves tool check. So dexterity plus your proficiency. And what the hell, advantage because you've got the kit on you.
On Jaeger's door, is there an actual key lock mechanism?
There is indeed.
And to be sure, he didn't find anything trap-like.
Nothing appeared to be trapped.
Okay. We just kind of walk by this door. Do we want to see if there are any interesting bulls behind this one, too?
Say, with a few deft flicks of your lockpicks, you are able to twist the tumblers in the lock, and you hear the click as the door becomes unlocked.
As Jaeger asked that, Alistair's going to look over his shoulder. I think Say just got this one open. Let's see what's in that room, and then maybe double back.
Jaeger nods.
And say you can ride that stealth check to open the door.
Okie dokie.
There we go. So you crack the door open and you peek inside, and you find what appears to be a bedroom. An empty bedroom, dark. Although you can see the bed looks... actually, it's tussled. It has been in use. The covers on it do appear relatively new. And as you kind of open it a little wider and poke your head in, you can see across from the door is a writing desk, upon which is a closed leather-bound book and a lamp set atop the desk itself.
Okay. After another cursory glance to make sure that I'm not going to step on a alarm spell the moment I walk in, I will slip in.
Okay. You step inside. You find there are some broken furniture that has just been kind of like pushed into a corner. But otherwise, the room seems largely empty. I would say there is like a little chest in the corner that appears unornamented, undecorated. From your experience, it might be kind of like a clothing chest.
Okay. I'll just stick my head out. Can someone who can read maybe come look at these books?
Any idea what language they are?
I'll take a look at them. What language are they?
Okay. So there is one book that's kind of lying on the table in front of you, and you flip open kind of the first pages to kind of take a look. And you find that it is a handwritten journal. And it is actually written in Elvish. A very, very old-fashioned form of Elvish. This is like reading old English Canterbury Tales in the original dialect, kind of old.
It's classic Elvish. Someone save me from this book. I am in mortal danger.
I walk in.
I walk in
take the book.
and take the book.
And
I will start to peruse it.
So on the first page, say you might have made out a little bit of this before you handed off the book.
Say has an
to
int of
Taliesin.
9. She just looked at it, said nope.
Fair enough. So Taliesin, as you look over the first page, you see that it is handwritten, and it appears to be a journal written by someone by the name of Argyle Tall. And they have been placed in command of this ancient tower on behalf of the Lords of Ruin. It appears as though this is a journal written by the person who has been placed in command of this facility.
Oh, joy.
The first couple pages are a bit of frustration as he's placed far away from the front lines of the battle. But there does seem to be a academic curiosity coming forward about being the overseer of such an old location, not fully comprehending what's here, but it seems as though he was informed by Elder Shatterkai, and who served the Forsaken when they were first sent to wherever it is they come from, that this facility had great potential within it, and that they were to use it to, to dampen the communication of this continent so that their invasion can begin in silence. Do you flip through it at all?
Yeah, I'll flip through it.
I'll flip through it now.
I will.
As I'm reading through, I'll
quickly read off
to say, since she's right there.
Yep.
This place is what's causing the interference, and
this is not an ancient book.
This is like
now
because this guy is in charge of this tower.
Allison, as you speak to her, your voice kind of trails off a little as you notice, flipping through the book, the handwriting begins to change. The neat scribbles of the arcanist who began this book starts to become more
erratic,
sloppy. The way he writes seems to be more hurried and kind of spread out a little more. You can see he appears to have started drawing in the notebook. At first they appear to be arcane symbols, but then they just become scribbles and scratches. You start catching bits of his text, and he begins to go off on rambling sentences that kind of circle back onto themselves. And this is about halfway through the written pages.
I am going to
stop.
I'm going to close the book.
I'm going to close the book.
And I'm going to
look at Say.
Yeah. I'd say Velkin
has been here at the very least.
And then I flip the book back open and I show her how just how everything looks. He's rambling here. This doesn't make any sense. These are just random symbols and scratching. Probably safe to say he's gone a little bit cuckoo.
Good to
Do you
know.
flip any further through the book?
I am going to actually leave the room with the book. And I'll start to flip a little bit further. And I will call Alistair over.
Oh, all right. Hey, do we want to do this door thing? He's gonna just move on over. One sec.
Yeah, I was actually going to check in on the rest of the party to see what y'all are doing as this book was discovered.
Jaeger's chilling.
Like a villain.
Alistair's gonna move on over and check out the book, leaving the door unmolested for now.
Okay.
Are we sticking with this, or are we moving to others for a minute here? Because I want to make sure I'm being fair.
Taliesin, not Taliesin, Kanane and Klinkle. What are you guys up to?
Keeping my head on a swivel and trying to make sure nothing sneaks up on us.
Yeah, ears are up, listening for sounds.
You know what? As they look through the book, Jaeger's gonna just come and look around the corner.
Let me have a perception check from the three of you. Kanane, you can roll with advantage because you're in your hybrid form, correct?
Yes.
That one.
Well, I'll give you this much, Jaeger, as you peek around the corner. You see some stuff.
I got a 16.
That is
Okay.
25 on perception.
Yeah. What'd you get, Kanane?
16.
16. Okay. Jaeger, I'll come back to you in 1 second.
Okay.
All right. So, Klinkle and Konane, you both hear the faint sound of wind moving through the floor. You don't hear any footsteps or any signs that you are being approached. Konane, you feel a scent kind of tickle at your nostrils, something familiar. You're not sure what it is, but it smells almost metallic, a little, kind of. Klinkle, you don't smell anything awry, but you do hear the wind, and you also have the strangest sensation that you're being watched. Jaeger, when you peeked around the corner, you saw a dark hallway that stretched out ahead of you. At the far end of the hallway, a strange light, purplish light, spilled out and illuminated the far end. And in the darkness of the... Actually, you have a dark vision up right now, don't you?
I do.
You do. So amidst the shades of gray and the distant purple light, you saw a number of bodies strewn across the floor down the hallway.
Just laying, unmoving.
Unmoving. You kind of caught sight of everything, and then you backed up around the corner to look back at your party.
Hey guys. I think we have company.
What kind of company? Vera murmurs as she creeps up next to you.
I see a bunch of figures, but I don't know what to make of it.
Twinkle will share with Kanane and Taro about the odd sense of being watched.
Yeah, Kanani will definitely mention that metallic smell.
Okay.
Sensation of being watched, metallic smell. Are you sure it's not just Emmett?
Emmett is standing there staring at the back of Twinkle's head.
Out of character, I know what this
No,
is.
he's staring down the hall. Yeah, no, Emmett is staring down the hall ahead of everyone, so he's not staring at Klinkle. All right, Alistair.
I'd like to just tell us and summon me. Right, is that book something about Old Elvish?
So this is someone who writes in flowery old speech, but I start flipping through and I stop at like once he starts having stuff in the margins. I don't know the arcane, but you do. So I'm going to slowly flip. If you see an arcane symbol or something and can tell me what it means, stop me. Otherwise, I'm going to flip through this until it gets to where I stop, where rambling and such happens. And we might look at what's further beyond, because I wanted to make sure I had at least you looking at this. And I proceed to do as I say.
Do any of these symbols like look legit?
Arcana check.
Oh, okay. Sure. 27. Nope, sorry, 30.
Okay. So the flowery Elvish, the old Elvish script, reminds you of some books written in Gnomish. Very kind of hard to read, but you can make sense of it.
Those sure are words.
Those sure are words, and if you sound them out quietly, you can make sense of them. The arcane scribbles in there do make sense to you. Granted, some of the rune work is... you recognize certain signs that are familiar to you, mixed in amidst certain runic notes that are unfamiliar, kind of par for the course when dealing with the forces of ruin. They use a form of runic that is ours and theirs started in the same place but developed along different paths. You see diagrams that appear to be linked to certain spells of communication and teleportation. The transfer of matter from point A to point B, the projection of thoughts across far distances. And intermixed among them, you start to see certain runes and sigils that are more closely related to signs of abjuration, like shielding and protection. This is about the time where the actual writing begins to get a little more wacky. And then you get into the diagrams where it looks like some rune work is just written down as repeating and repeating and repeating to no logical end, and there's spaces that are scribbled out and holes are kind of poked in that you see form some kind of pattern, but not one that connects to what you're seeing on the page. It looks like a bunch of gibberish in the back second third of the book, maybe.
Okay, well, that's Quintessence. Saltpeter, Antimony. That one is in Arcane Relay. A lot of this makes a lot of sense. It's particularly good. But around this point here, midway through, he starts to make a lot of mistakes. Some of them are complex mistakes, but some of them are really simple mistakes. And then he just kind of runs with it. I'm seeing some patterns here and there, but I mean, he scratches his head, scratches behind the nape of his neck. They meet the fundamentals of magic, but it doesn't seem like any kind of runic script that would bear fruit, as far as I can tell. But I've been surprised by improvisation before.
Alistair, do you flip towards the end of the writing?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna flip to the very back page, try to get some answers out of this.
Yeah,
so the best...
Callison was flipping all the way through, so he would only stop when Alistair would have told him to. He's being a page boy.
Oh, he's gonna go all the way through? Cool.
So about 2/3 of the way through the book, the writing comes to an end, and the last few pages have words and phrases repeated over and over and over again. You see the following phrases keep appearing, constantly written, sometimes in haste, sometimes slowly. I have seen what lies behind the world, and it is glorious and it is terrible. It whispers to me. It whispers and it whispers and it whispers, and I can't stop hearing. And on the last page, the final line changes. I understand now. I understand it all. I can see it, but I cannot touch it. Not yet. Soon. 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 And it repeats until a line just drags down across the page, and that's the final entry.
What in the places?
Say.
I'm tossing this room.
Flipping tables.
I mean, I'm not flipping tables, but I'm opening chests, I'm dumping out shit. I'm tossing this room for anything of value. I mean, of use or something, you know. Or of value.
Okay, this is
I'm
going
a
to be
fucking rogue,
investigation.
so... This is gonna go real good, guys. Hey! 2.
Okay.
All I found was the mess I made.
You are just tossing this place, and you know what? To be fair, it is a fairly Spartan room. There's no secrets that pop out to you as you're tossing the room and pulling the blanket off the bed and checking underneath it. You do check the chest in the corner because chests always hold fancy things. And this one isn't even locked. Inside, you do find like bundles of clothing, cloaks, tunics, undergarments, male clothes. At the bottom, you do find some like personal paraphernalia. You do find a book at the bottom. It looks like some kind of arcane tome. Giving it a quick once over, it looks like it might just be a kind of a primer, not like a beginner's magic book, but this is kind of like a magical theory book that you imagine a arcanist might carry with them to refer to every once in a while.
I mean, I'll give it to Alistair.
So fair to say, Alistair will probably determine that this is a arcanist primer and relate the information back to Say. As you
Perfectly fine reading material.
Pass.
Vera will step back and kind of flag you down in the doorway as you pass the book over to Alistair. And she kind of motions towards you, gestures you forward, and points around the corner and makes a kind of a psycho stabbing motion to indicate there's danger.
All right. Are you all about done with the book, and should we move forward into almost certain danger?
I'm gonna hold into the book for now. Unless, Taliesin, would you prefer?
I'm good. I give up the book. Though he was going mad, so...
Oh, clearly, this makes no sense. It's quite strange and unsettling, and, well, I understand it now, I can see it, but I can't touch it soon. Soon sounds like the rambling of someone who has either seen the gods and, had tea with them, or, more likely, have lost their mind.
Based on context clues, I would say that Velkin was here. So this might be fun.
Alright then, seal your minds. If that is a thing that can be done.
Maybe be careful with that book and how much of you read of it. And Say's gonna move around the corner.
Okay. Say, as you take point, Vera moves forward. Jaeger, I assume you're preparing yourself as well?
Yes.
All right. As the three of you move around this corner and prepare for war, you see a dark hallway ahead of you. Strange purplish light spilling out from a hall, intersecting this one across on the far side of this hallway, at the end of this hallway, you might say. And as Jaeger had described, there are several bodies strewn about the floor. Hobgoblins, you've come to recognize them. Fully armored and very dead.
I'm gonna check for traps as we move forward.
Okay, give me a perception check.
Because maybe they got because they were dumb and didn't check for traps. That is solidly mediocre 21.
Solidly mediocre. Jeez.
I have a plus 10.
You carefully approach the first one, scanning your surroundings. And similar to before, you don't see any pressure plates. You don't see any holes in the wall. You don't see anywhere that might fire arrows or collapse or shoot spikes out. No strange sigils. Just these dead hobgoblins. And you can see, judging by the first two nearby, the one directly in front of you is lying on his stomach, his head kind of pointing in the direction your party is coming from, as though he fell forward. The one beyond him, is slumped against the wall in a pseudo-seated position. And you start to get a tingle in the back of your neck. And you kind of heard Klinkle mention earlier that she felt like she was being watched. You start to feel that sensation too.
Well, I don't think any of us ever assumed we had the element of surprise. I will keep carefully moving forward.
Okay, just step past the body without further looking at it.
I mean, I'll take a look at it, yeah.
Jaeger's gonna look at it, pointedly trying to see how it was killed.
Okay. Jaeger, you squat down and kind of roll him over to take a look at him. And the first thing you notice is that it looks as though his eyes are burned out. As you hear a door closing behind you.
Sorry, I wasn't as quiet as I thought it would be.
What in the heck?
If Jaeger's
Isn't that loud?
if Jaeger's inspecting that one, I'll inspect this one to see if it's the same.
You see he's seated, his face and head kind of slumped forward, and you could see from around his eyes, his ears, and mouth are trails of blood that are just it looks fresh. It hasn't quite fully congealed yet, and it looks like he was bleeding quite profusely. Neither of the hobgoblins show any signs of violence on their body. They don't show signs of stab wounds or puncture wounds.
Can I do a medicine check?
Sure.
Mostly to see how long? Are we looking at, like, since we came in or something?
Yeah, sure. Medicine check.
Jaeger's, what would be better to try to remember if they've come across somebody slinging magic that forces
to this.
Yeah, something fire or light through the eyes and nose and stuff.
Give me a history check.
15.
Okay, solid 15s. Say you look at the blood, you run a finger through some of it just to feel the texture. This actually harkens back to both your military training, but more specifically your gunslinger training.
Yeah, I was about to say, seems like the sort of thing I learned in gunslinger school.
Yeah. The Marecki, it kind of helps to know when a it's more of a hunting thing, how long something's been dead. But the gunslingers were very much more about investigating specific people and places. And this seems to have been done, you would say, God, the body still feels kind of warm too, like possibly within the last hour.
Right, so these were killed in the last hour.
By something quite, I'm guessing, maniacal?
Does it look like a chemical in nature?
Jaeger, you look over, you scratch your head and think back to the various arcanists you've encountered. You guys have encountered several types of magic, and the way this guy has his eyes burned out is reminiscent of fire, but it seems too specific, too narrow. Fire tends to be big and explosive and not very precise. This creature looks like his eyes were burned away from the inside out, and that doesn't strike you as familiar at all.
Is Klinkle like looking around the corner?
Yeah, I'd probably be looking around the corner by now.
I'm just gonna quietly ask, Klinkle, have you ever seen anything like this? They seem a little perturbed. You've seen some weird stuff, yeah?
I know, DM. Have I seen anything like this?
You swing on over to investigate the bodies?
Well, I'm mostly observing from sort of the back because in the middle and
your choice is to diagnose from a distance or take a first-hand look. I think that would influence what kind of information you have to go on.
suppose I'll take a peek at Sinji McGee then.
Okay. In that case, you can choose medicine or arcana.
Go with Arcana because I have an extra +2 on that. And I rolled a 2.
Okay.
So I got a 10.
Well, you do know, based on the Hobgoblin by say, bleeding from orifices, that can be the result of poison. Eyes burning from the inside out, not due to poison. The burns look... You kind of weigh it in your mind. Are these chemical or magical? And the answer is kind of maybe. It doesn't bring to mind, in your experience, any particular thing that might have created something like this. It's an effect that could be mimicked by certain chemicals, but if it were a chemical burn, then the chemical spilled out from behind his eyes, which doesn't seem right.
Can I do a survival check to figure this out? Because I think I know that this is something that Taliesin has messed with personally.
Go ahead and do survival, and based on your roll, we'll see what you find.
Why won't you roll? Oh, because it's behind, that's why.
Watch him crit. Close.
I'll take it. Someone needs to roll
That's
higher.
a 17 plus 7, so 24. Does that look like lightning to me?
Lightning. It looks like... You know what? I would say that it is probably closer to lightning, but the burns aren't... They're not shaped like lightning burns would be shaped. So the burns do look like they were caused by lightning, but not in the kind of pattern you would expect electricity to create.
No Lichtenberg figures.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like radiant destruction either.
Radiant would Radiant is closer. Like it's hard to pick it out exactly, but that's what is so confusing about the state of these burns, is that it looks like it could be caused by a number of things, but no one thing seems definitive. Also, at this point in time, I need Say, Taliesin, Jaeger, Klinkle, and Alistair to all make dexterity saving throws.
Oh no.
$16 for me.
I have danger sense, so I'm going to take advantage.
Go ahead.
Well, not what I wanted.
It's a 15 for me.
Also not that.
26 for me.
Okay.
Am I rolling dex too?
Nope. You and Taro are just kind of watching from the back right now.
20.
Okay. So all of you, as you are inspecting the bodies and trying to piece this together, you feel that creeping sensation of being watched. And then you feel something wrap around your throat and tighten and pull you against the walls. Some of you, namely, let's see here, Say, Say, Vera, and Jaeger, that sensation of something creeping along your neck immediately puts all three of you into reactionary mode. Vera immediately moves away from the wall. The two of you move very quickly, kind of spinning around to see what the hell is touching you. Klinkle, Taliesin, and Alistair, you all begin to choke as you feel something wrapping around your neck and tightening. Say and Jaeger, you don't see anything, but your friends are suddenly flush against the back of the walls and grasping at their necks.
What's going on? What?
I'm going to reach for Talison's neck.
Okay.
To try and feel if I can feel what is grasping him.
Yeah, Jaeger's gonna move the Klinkle, for the same. Kalani, check Alistair. Something's happening.
He doesn't even have to say that. She's already like moving
Yes.
towards him. And she's gonna move him away from the wall and see if that does anything.
Okay. So, Alistair, give me a strength saving throw with advantage.
Okay. Oh, this is gonna be great, guys. Oh, hey, it's an 18 on die, so 17.
Okay, Konane successfully wrenches you away from the wall, and you feel something tug at your neck and then release you as you can suddenly breathe again, and you stagger forward. The rest of you, as you move forward to check on Taliesin and Klinkle, at their throats, at first you don't feel anything, but you do notice that the mist seeping through this place, it almost seems to have gathered in the shape of coiling, well, it seems like it's coiled around their necks, but it almost feels ephemeral when you move your hands through it, as though it's not really there.
Okay. Did it seem like it worked? But it did when Kanani kind of pulled Alistair from away from the wall.
Well,
Oh,
she's gonna yell out, pull them away from the wall.
Okay. Yeah. Then she is
And-
definitely gonna yank.
Same.
All right. Taliesin, Say, and Vera both grab you to pull you away from the wall. Klinkle, Jaeger, and Taro both try to help you out. Both of you can make strength saving throws with advantage.
See.
All right,
Wait.
Klinkle.
Wait.
Go ahead.
I'm confused. Like, oh my god, yep, that was really two
Yeah.
terrible rolls. Okay.
Oof.
Those are 2 terrible rolls.
You have the 2 strongest people pulling on you. Well, 2 of the strongest people pulling on you, at least.
First, Klinkle. Taro basically gives you a push as Jaeger yanks you away from the wall, and you feel that tether break as you stagger forward and feel air grasp your fill your lungs. Taliesin, as Vera and Sei grab you and start to tug you away, you feel that tightening on your neck increase. You take 1 damage. But you do have the opportunity to try and wrench yourself away with your companion's help if you would like to roll again.
Yeah.
With
Yeah,
advantage.
of course I want to try that again.
No, just stay there.
Just give in to your fate.
It's just
I mean, 13.
I mean,
13.
13 ain't much better.
It is not, as you take 6 damage, and you start to feel coils of something wrap around your waist and your arms, trying to pull you back towards the wall. To those around you, you can see the fog starting to gather around him, thickening, but you still don't see anything tangible. There's nothing to hack at, nothing to blow up. Just
Is it fog or is it darkness?
it looks like look, I would say fog. It kind of looks like shapes in the fog. Let me put it that way.
Okay.
Like shapes in the fog, even though you felt and did not feel anything physical. What's the party doing? You see Sei and Vera struggling with Taliesin, trying to pull him away, and he seems to be being pulled back towards the wall.
Can I try
Jaeger's
again?
Can I try again?
You will be able to in a moment.
He's just gonna actually turn and help. Okay, you two. On the count of 3. 1, 2, and with that, he's gonna offer bardic inspiration.
Ooh.
Alistair seeing this, confused as hell. I would like to ignite the Lantern of Revealing. This might be some invisible bullshit.
Okay. So, Taliesin, you are going to be able to roll with advantage, and you get a bardic inspiration die. D6, I believe.
Yep.
Cool.
Ooh.
And
And I'm going to pull against
the
it.
mist is where
The
it come
mist is
from.
where it come from.
And
And then I will roll 86.
I was born in it, molded by it.
Dirty
Nice.
20.
Dirty 20.
For fuck's sake.
For fuck's sake.
With a dirty 20, you're able to pull yourself free of the binds. Your companions helping you. Jaeger giving you a push, Sei and Vera holding each of your arms and pulling you forward. As you're yanked away from the wall, you see the fog around you like tear free. As you light up the Lantern of Revealing, Alistair, you don't see anything invisible, but it does seem more like the space where that fog is swirling. They almost look like tendrils that are reaching out for Alistair, not for Alistair, for Taliesin, and then kind of dissolve into mist once more.
How about we just
push forward as fast as possible? Because at this point,
standing here is just
going to get us killed.
Let's move. These walls are a death trap.
Specifically the walls?
There's something at least here that is trying to kill us.
Let's not stick around long enough to find out if it's more than just the walls.
I'm going to move
Let's the floor eat our toes.
quickly, but I'm still checking for traps because the last thing we need is to rush and then get hit by blades.
I say that is exactly what whoever set up this.
Yeah, I was about to say that's what someone was trying to do, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, Jaeger's gonna slow down to let the others get in front of him again.
All right, you hurry down the wall. You keep your eyes open for signs of traps or something that might be behind the strange sensations you're experiencing as you go down. You see another hobgoblin at the end of the hallway, kind of fallen into a corner, one arm clutching at the collar of his chest piece, the other kind of just flopped off to the side. Looks very much like he was strangled to death. You see that light start to grow brighter and brighter as you approach the end of the hall. You push on. You reach the end of the hall. And suddenly, the strange light vanishes, and torches all along the wall behind you flare to life. The fog thins, and the hall is just another empty hall, a little foggy. Some hobgoblin bodies at Valor Company. That strange sensation of being watched has faded. Konane, you're able to put together that metallic scent earlier as the scent of blood that came from the bodies of the hobgoblins.
Okay.
Well,
As the others are passing them, Jaeger's gonna squat down and pat the hobgoblin and see if they had anything that might be useful to the party, like a key or a map.
okay. Give me a quick investigation check.
Or, money. $12.
Okay. You check at his belt. He is armed, kind of as you expect him to be. Looks like a guard of some sort. There is a pouch that jingles, almost feels like coins. However, it doesn't seem like he has any maps or keys on him. But he does have a coin purse.
Might as well take it. He can't take it with him.
Very true. You pop it open now or just toss it in your...
Just throw it.
All right. You can put a hobgoblin coin purse in your inventory.
Better check to make sure it's not ruin money.
It's not blood money.
That's a good idea. So he's gonna quickly pop it open just for that, but he's not looking to count just like any of this glowing.
Nothing is glowing. You do see some of the coins are streaked with impurities, as with most of the metal that the Forces of Ruin come with. You do find a single gold coin that is streaked with red impurities.
Well, it's got to go. So
You grab it and just toss it.
Yep. He just puts it on the hobgoblin's body.
Toll for the ferryman.
Yep.
Well done. You removed the tracker. All right. Say, as you lead the party forward once more, you find another hall that leads partway back the way you came, with several doors lining it. They seem fairly close together. They look a little rickety. And all the torch sconces in this hallway are unlit. Ahead of you, you see more lit sconces, as well as a large opening that leads into a room that you can't quite see into right now. And you see part of a door on the far end of this hallway. Kind of over here, just around the corner. Oh shit. Welcome back.
Reset on me.
I'm gonna move to this door just to open it. Really, I'm just SWAT booting the door open, and I just want to check and see if it is what I think it is, which is hobgoblin rooms.
All right, SWAT kicking in the door.
Yep.
All right. You don't even have to roll for it, as this door was not locked. You kick the door in, and it swings open, and you see a ruined bedroom inside. There is a single kind of like long cot. Looks like it was made of wood that has long since rotted away, with tattered coverings, heavily dusty and cobwebbed inside.
Probably guard housing. Shall we go where we're told?
Vera's moving up to watch your flank.
I'm gonna go where indicated.
Okay.
With my gun drawn and my sword out, because...
Of course. Because you're experiencing some freaky stuff, and there might be living hobgoblins around. All right, as you move forward into this archway, you peer into what appears to be a cafeteria of some kind. Long, old wooden tables dominate the center of this room, and there are a number of chairs that are just kind of strewn about, some of which are knocked over. Looks a bit in disarray, but it does seem cleaner than definitely cleaner than the room that you peeked in. It looks like this place saw a lot more use.
Okay. Okie dokie. I think that's just the cafeteria. Is the light still, like, go in here?
You can see there are some lights in the cafeteria that are lit up. Actually, you can see edges of light peering around the corner as well. You see an open door across the cafeteria that appears that it links into the hallway you were heading towards anyway. So it looks like either direction you go in, you'll be able to see what's what.
Okay. I'm gonna check this door really quick.
Oh, down in the corner?
Yeah.
All right. As you head down in this area, you find a cooking stove, cooking counter. There would be a wash basin. This is basically the kitchen attached to the cafeteria. You check the door. Oi.
Lag
there we go.
Spike.
All right, you
Lag spike, yeah.
you open this door and you find a pantry. You can see that some of the shelving in here has been replaced, and there are some food stores that appear much fresher than that room you peeked in seemed to indicate. Kind of on par with that first bedroom. It looks like when this Arcanist, Argoltal, moved into this place with his retinue, they definitely stocked up and made some slight repairs so they could stay here for an indefinite period of time.
This bitch Jonestown like an hour ago.
As the
Allison
party
does
split,
his wand out and ready as a heads up.
perfect. So as the party splits and advances in two different directions, you reach the same hallway at about the same time. In this hallway, there are a few lights that are lit up, few torches that are unlit. There is a door that's leading to a room in this corner over here. You see large set of double doors at the far end of this hallway and a large open space ahead of you that leads to stairs leading up to the next level. And you find more hobgoblins strewn about, dead. A brief look at their bodies reveals that they died in much the same way as the ones you saw below, either strangled or bleeding from orifices.
What I don't understand is, if they were strangled to death, why are their eyes burned out?
I admit it does not make sense to me either.
I would hate to think that whoever was here tortured them and then brought the mist. How would somebody bring this deadly mist here? Never seen anything like this.
Mist is well, they're supposed to make fog, and the such. Making arms and snakes in the mists is different. Looks around, wild-eyed, and stays away from the wall.
I will switch places with Alistair and check out this door.
Okay.
I was gonna say, Mitch, did you mention that some were strangled and others had their eyes burned out, or they all had both?
Some were strangled, some had their eyes burned out. From what you've seen so far, it looks like there were 3 manners of death. None of them seem linked in an obvious way.
So we've run across one of the traps. We've got 2 more.
Possibly. All right, so you check this door. It is not locked. You peek inside?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do.
All right. You peer inside, and you find a large chamber with a number of cots arranged in a double cot fashion, one over the other. This is in a much better repair than the room below. The covers are actually pulled up, and it looks as though the beds are made, and there are some small trunks. You recognize a barracks when you see it.
Yeah. Alright, barracks is fine. I think we need to find the source of the creepy fog.
I think I found stairs.
Yeager, you do see the fog kind of roiling down the stairs from above.
From which the fog seems to emanate.
Oh shit.
Yes, this is an OSHA nightmare.
OSHA violation.
There's one door at the end. Do we care to check that?
I can sprint down there really quick.
While say Sprint Jaeger walks to be halfway there in case something happens.
Oh shit, what is going on here?
Did you put that there?
I don't know. Something is happening.
Oh, it's even spookier.
I don't know what that was, but it's gone now.
Okay.
I can't bring the map back in front of me.
This isn't funny, guys.
Ping!
The ghost of things was passed. I'm gonna follow after. I'm gonna stay in this intersection. Eyes on Say, Jaeger, and Taliesin kind of simultaneously.
Okay, I need to refresh because the map is actually on the edge of my screen and I can't really bring it in.
Oh, you don't have to reset. Just change from one map to another.
I should have done that, but I refreshed anyway.
Puppy.
Okay. You head down the hallway to investigate the tall set of double doors at the end, and they look fairly elaborate. Jaeger, did you go with Say down there, or did you?
No, only halfway.
Only halfway. All right. From a distance, you can see some of the designs on the door seem reminiscent to the first door you saw upon entering the floor.
Any bulls or animals?
No bulls or animals. These just look like just elaborate scroll work. Looks just fancy.
Okay.
Yeah, are they locked?
These are locked.
I will pick them.
All right, go ahead and give me a lockpick check.
You, 15.
As you kind of probe around with your tools, Did you roll with advantage?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. You poke around with your tools, and you can feel it seems as though something was jammed into the lock from the other side. And then it's blocking the tumblers, and it is making it difficult to kind of piece through. But it definitely feels like something was jammed in there.
How sturdy do these doors feel?
They look far more sturdier than the doors to the small chambers you saw down below.
All right, so I probably can't swap kick these in.
No, these look much more sturdy and fancy, so they probably lead to a fancier place in the floor.
Ken Yeager?
Is on this side.
What'd you say, Klinkle? I'll come back
Are
to you.
the hinges on this side?
Hinges, they are not on this side. Jaeger, it looks like a sturdy pair of doors. You're a big guy. If you bull rush it, maybe. But these are a sturdy set of doors. You've been in enough fancy places, Valor Company as a whole, to recognize heavy, fancy doors when you see them.
You think something important in here, Faye?
I think that we're supposed to go up those stairs.
It's kind of a pity that this whole place is like anti-magic on like the walls, because reducing those doors would probably get them open.
Taro actually chuckles quietly at that.
Well, I can't reduce them, but I can probably reduce them to splinters. As Jaeger takes out Rude Buster.
Alright, you draw Rude Buster.
And with the big old, he puts down his shield, and with the big old heft, gives it the door a whack.
Roll an attack.
Klinkle steps out of the hallway.
Okay, now, so you're using 2 hands, which increases the damage value.
Also an automatic crit.
Yep. Does it deal an extra damage die against plants and construct creatures? Hit is a critical hit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, fair to say that roll 1d10. I'm curious. It should be a d10 instead of a d8. Okay, that is about what I thought. You slam Rude Buster into the door, right in the center where these double doors meet. And the wood around the handles splinter inward and the doors buck. It is unlocked. You can very easily push against the doors now. There's nothing holding on to the handles themselves. The plates are still there. But as you kind of like pull your weapon back and push against the door, you can see it feels, and you can see through the hole that you just made in it, it looks like a table has been shoved up against it, and you can hear sounds inside the room, choking sounds that start to fade away.
Can everyone hear that?
I would say Say and Jaeger are close enough that they can hear it because it seems faint, but they definitely heard it.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna peek in. Give a nod to Jaeger, like we're gonna clear this room basically.
Yeah. Somebody's hiding in here. We can't have that shit.
Are you gonna here's Johnny your way in the hole in the door?
Oh, you said it was unlocked. Can we push him open now?
You can both make a strength check to kind of shove them open. It does seem barricaded from the other side. But there is a hole, so you can see kind of what you're dealing with.
Well, Jaeger offers to super kick it, and have say jump in first, gun ready.
Sounds good.
All right.
Okay. So I'm going to say, Jaeger, give me a unarmed strike against the door, and say you are going to be able to dive in and get the drop on whatever's inside.
I should really make a thing for this. What is unarmed strike?
D20 plus your proficiency plus your strength.
Yep.
It probably led to the death of some poor survivor.
The door just crushes someone.
Hey, we can recruit survivors.
Not 20.
Yes!
Don't
Finally.
open mist outside.
One in the pool.
One in the pool. Jaeger, you take a step back, and then you Sparta kick the doorway, and the barricade beyond, the overturned table that had been pushed up against and stacked with chairs, are flung inward as the doors slam inward with just enough space for Say to spring up and over into the room beyond. Say you jump up and over with your gun drawn and look around the room. You see it must have been a library of some sort a long time ago. There are shelves along the walls where some of it looks partially filled. No, not even partially. It looks like most of the books are gone. There's a few tomes just kind of lying around, dusty, broken. It looked like there were tables and chairs set up to study in this place that were broken and shoved up against both this doorway and a doorway at the bottom, as well as makeshift barricades placed in the center of the room, beyond which are a trio of hobgoblins, two of which lie dead, one of which you heard die. Two of them look as though they were choked to death, including the one that you were hearing, whereas the last one appears to have bled from his eyes and ears and mouth.
Looks like if we had gone through the first door that Jaeger wanted to poke at,
It does
They might
indeed
not-
appear that way.
they might not have been dead yet.
Can the party see that these guys are freshly dead?
Oh, yeah. And there is another set of double doors on the north end of the room.
Yeah, like,
These are likewise heavily drawn on with different symbols, rune work. I would say this one actually has a depiction of one of the penitent arcanists, very similar to the ones you saw down below. Not in kind of an ominous way, just as a form of decoration.
is it locked?
It does appear locked.
From this side or the other side?
This one, you can break out your lock picks if you like to kind of have a poke around. From this side, there were no barricades or anything pressed up against it.
Okay.
They were definitely hiding from someone. I don't think that there's no reason to put barricades up when you're hiding from the myth. Magic is crazy and weird.
How freshly dead do these guys look?
Very fresh.
Like one gasped
Would-
out his last breath as the door got broken down.
Is it possible to stabilize magically?
You can certainly try.
I would like to try. Is it clear the one that is still like who just collapsed? Is it clear that that one is that one there?
I mean, say point it out.
So I pointed out.
Yeah.
I would like to get in close and I would like to cast Spare the Dying.
Okay.
Alistair just gets down close, sees the body still warm, looks him over. His eyes haven't popped out of his skull, so he's going to reach over to his glove. Shocking grasp, currently programmed into it. He's gonna split a couple of the runes around and reach around the sides of his head and try to give him a little jolt.
On his head?
I mean, like, not his head. Kind of like pull his head to Alistair's lap and like jolt his chest area.
Okay. That kind of makes a lot more sense to me. I'm going to save this man by giving him a jolt to his brain.
Harley Quinn, this guy.
Harley Quinn, this guy. Maybe he'll be friendly after. Harley Quinn's really friendly.
Okay. Yeah, you perform like instant CPR. You feel his body buck in your lap, and you hear him draw in a ragged breath as you stabilize him. As Alistair brings this hobgoblin back from the brink of death, you feel around inside the lock. Doesn't feel like anything's jammed in here, and you are able to undo the tumblers and unlock the door.
Okay. I will toss Alistair a healing potion. See if you can get him talking.
Sure. Telly, be ready to pounce. He might be ornery.
My bet is
it's the elf.
Or Shatter Kai.
Or Shatter Kai, whatever it is.
Yeah, he still might be mad when he wakes up to a bunch of people.
Fair.
But I'm saying
we haven't seen a dead elf. And the last thing
on a page
and the just
I mean, most of us have come to the same conclusion, yes.
I'll prepare the healing potion. Wait for Say to unlock the door first.
Oh yeah, door's unlocked, and I'm waiting for Alistair.
I'm gonna use my manacles
of numbing to tie the guy's hands back so he can't immediately attack us.
All right, tying it behind his back.
Yep.
Okay. You take a moment to roll him over, bind his hands behind his back, lie him back down.
2d4 plus 2.
I'll prop him
back up and hold him while he's getting the potions so that it goes down properly without, more damage.
And yeah, basic healing potion, 2d4 plus 2.
7 HP.
7
HP.
HP.
Administer it. Alright, big guy. Drink up.
You pour it down his throat, and a moment later he gasps and bucks as his eyes open wide, and he immediately twists this way and that as an expression of panic crosses across his face, and he sees all of you around him. He immediately starts babbling in a language you don't understand.
Is it undercommon?
It is not undercommon.
I'm going to
first say in
common.
Do
you understand?
He does not answer, kind of speaks over you, and is attempting to try and get away from the people surrounding him.
I will stand and help him up.
Actually, he goes over that way and trips over the body of the other hobgoblin and falls back to the floor and turns around and scoots back against the bookcase, kind of looking around, panicked.
I shake
my head
and I come back over to him
and I help him back.
And
he's leaning away from you and trying to struggle away from your hand. It almost looks like in reaching out to help him, he's getting more spooked.
I pull my hands back.
And
I
hold my hands up
and open to him so he can see
that there's nothing there. and I look around and like I point at like the mist, and I then point to like areas where the mist isn't as heavy, trying to suggest stay away.
It'd be useful if we could talk to him. Does anyone have any idea what he's talking about? And I'll look to the people in our party that are. I'm looking at Taro. Let's be honest.
I'll try speaking
Sylvan at him. See if he can respond to that.
Jaeger turns around. I'm going to use comprehend languages.
Okay.
Good job.
Jaeger, you cast comprehend languages. Taliesin, you speak to him in Sylvan. He doesn't seem to comprehend, but his words begin to twist in your ears, Jaeger, and form into a language that you can actually understand. You hear him just kind of babbling. No, I don't know. You are not real. None of this is real. This is not real. This is madness. This is... Everyone is dead. Everyone is dead. I don't understand.
Jaeger still doesn't know what language this is.
Actually, I would say that the party has enough. They did hear it briefly in smaller doses recently. It does harken back to the language the goblins were speaking when you were speaking with them after the balloon crash. He appears to be speaking the same language.
Jaeger tries to remember just a couple of the words that were shared. Didn't somebody else actually talk to him for a bit? Was it Kanane, or am I just...
We recorded some phrases. I think one of them was like, everything's all right.
Yeah, Jaeger's gonna quickly ask Alistair to pull out his recording. Or are they written? Are they recorded? How is it done?
They're recordings. There's like 5 different phrases, and Klinkle can kind of fake it.
Okay. Klinkle has phrases. Okay. He's very panicked. He thinks this is not real. Do you have anything, Klinkle, to calm him down? Say, everything is good.
I'm sure there would have been a phrase along the lines of nothing to report.
Yeah, nothing to report. All clear.
Everything's cool in the
All
south
clear.
end. Nothing to report.
To try, everything's cool. We don't need to.
All clear would probably cover that.
All clear.
Okay, you goblin back at him?
Yeah.
All right. That draws his attention towards you, and you see his eyes flick to Vera and Taro, and he actually kind of straightens up a little bit, and he seems to speak towards you as well as Taro, who is closest to him, still in Goblin, which only Jaeger can understand. You, Dusklord, you must get the others out of here. Leave while you still can. It lurks within the mist. Whatever they have done upstairs, let it free. You must all leave while there is still time.
Jaeger narrows his eyes and looks back towards Say. You're 100% right. Whatever happened, it happened upstairs. They apparently let something free.
Right. I don't want to leave this guy to his own devices, but I also don't think we should bind his hands and leave him here. What do you think?
I was already moving over to him. I take my key out. I undo the manacles and pull them away and take a step back.
Give me a... I'm going to say this is a persuasion check. He's still freaked out by anyone who comes near him. However, I would say that if you have a different attribute that you want to use with your persuasion, describe it to me and see if you can kind of signal to him that you're going to help him.
I'd like to use survival. Owing to the fact that things that like caged animals that are cornered, have a certain body language. So he's going to try and signify like the hands behind the back, and then
show a key, and then signal.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Tap the key to your wrist.
You gonna Chris Pratt this shit?
He Chris Pratt's this shit. He's very, very wary as you approach, but he seems to comprehend your movements and turns slightly. And when he realizes you're going for the manacles, he allows you to free his wrists, and he rubs them and kind of looks around. He still looks incredibly wary.
Taro, speaking directly to you, Dark Lord, you have to save them. So there are apparently others still alive here. Or maybe not. But he's banking on us being able to help some of his comrades. Whatever is happening, if there are some people still alive, we can probably use them to fight whatever this is.
You see Taro frowning slightly as he looks over at the hobgoblin, and he speaks to him in Undercommon, which the hobgoblin kind of focuses in on him and nods slowly. And he responds, Jaeger again, you're the only one who can actually make out his words as he says, I am sorry, Dusk Lord, this one does not speak your tongue. This one knows only a few words. Who are you people? Has help arrived? No, that is impossible. It has just sprung upon us. And he starts to look over the party a little more.
As he realizes we're invaders.
Yeah.
Jaeger holds up his hand okay, just a minute there. And then he introduces them himself as what the hell is this group's name?
Valor Company.
I'm sorry. The Valor Company. He makes a gesture to encompass them all. No. Has help arrived?
I know some of you have had brushes with Undercommon. Do anyone actually speak Undercommon?
Yes, Jaeger does.
Jaeger speaks Undercommon.
Okay.
Say it's part of his belt.
That's right.
Yeah, I said that.
Kind. I'm sorry, that completely slipped my mind. So you're speaking to him in Undercommon now.
Okay.
Well, no, I'm asking you.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I figured you were, since now this all makes sense. Sorry about that.
All good.
He does seem more responsive, he's paying closer attention now, and looks thoroughly confused. I do not understand. You don't look like forces from the garrison. You do not look like... You are the invaders. You are the ones we were sent to dispatch.
You'll find that you've failed. That said, we need to know what to do with you. First, tell us everything you know. What exactly has been released?
He shakes his head slightly as he struggles to comprehend your words. He puts his hand on the hilt of his sword at his hip, but he does not draw it. I wish I spoke this language. The captain is dead. He looks down at the hobgoblin at the floor at his feet, and he looks back up at all of you. Where are the others? Are they dead as well?
To that, Jaeger slits his thumb across his neck and nods.
Old gods knew. Do you intend to kill me?
We don't intend to kill this guy, do we?
Shake my head slowly.
No.
No.
We just saved him. Honestly, as long as he can give us something useful or actionable, I'm willing to let him make his own way.
Well, weren't we just told by Jaeger that whatever came from upstairs? Why don't we just go upstairs? At this point, we just need to do whatever we need to do.
Anyway, no intention to kill him.
I just wanted to make sure that we had all of our bases covered. You know, not walking into a second trap other than the myth that's waiting for us.
The hobgoblin may not speak your language, but he clearly understands when a discussion of his life is happening around him.
I wave my hand dismissively. I could care less. He's afraid. He'll probably run. We have at least an elf up there, someone really steep thing, and possibly a deed kill. Our hands are full. I don't think he has any information on how to take down a thing since he's so panicked and, holed up in a place where the mist could still get to him.
Okay. Jaeger tries to think of a few simple phrases. Everyone clear a path away from the door.
Hey, which door?
Yeah, which door?
The one we came from.
Because I'm pretty sure this bottom door goes to the stairs leading downwards, which may or may not be safe.
Yeah, Jaeger's... Are they? Because we just cleared it.
Yeah, but the mist goes down.
How fast can this dude run? Can he outrun the mist? Tell him to run.
Okay, yeah. Jaeger's gonna see if this door's open.
You see that there is furniture barricaded in front of the door, like they were trying to block whatever was beyond it from coming in.
Or maybe like the mist seeping in. Jaeger's gonna start moving the furniture out the way. Shall I roll? Or
No, it's just moving furniture.
Alright, so once a minute is to basically toss stuff out the way, he opens the door, steps aside, then mimes, you run.
You see him start to...
Might want to tell him we're not going to kill him. Say he
Oh,
speaks enough
okay, yeah.
mind.
So he's not taking back. So you thumbs up.
Downstairs.
Downstairs, leave.
He
Quickly.
nods, slowly watching you.
And Jaeger leaves the door.
He moves forward and pauses at the door, peers outside to make sure no ambush is waiting, and looks back up at the rest of you. And he'll look over at you, Jaeger, since you were taking the lead and communicating with him, and speaks back to you in Goblin. I do not know what caused this. I do not know what lies above. But the Dusk Lord who commands this place, he is lost to whatever lies above. Be wary. Be wary of the voices and the whispers. And he is going to bolt.
I don't have a phrase for, like, good luck, do I?
Just in common. Good luck.
Jaeger's just gonna repeat. It's all good.
Nothing to report. All clear. Okay.
I could have been his existential dread by just randomly like radio various broken messages.
That would have been excellent.
That guy is he is so confused and scared, and we did not help. Well, we helped in that he's not dead yet. I'm gonna try and open this door.
All right. It is unlocked. You open it. And you find a dark chamber beyond. I would say the mist hasn't reached into this room, but upon opening the door, it begins to slowly creep inside. And it looks like a workshop of some kind. You see a number of stone tables and a kiln, a large crystal orb on a table to one side. It looks like there were chests and cabinets in here, but they are all opened, and it looks like they were ransacked at some point in the past. But it looks like an arcane laboratory.
All right, weird lab. Let's go.
Weird lab? Weird lab? Glance inside.
If only there wasn't a myth that would choke us if we were in a place for more than 10 minutes.
Clinkle pokes her head and looks. Makes note. Leaves.
Okay, well, all right, we're moving. We're moving.
I would say Klinkle, since you felt it before, Sei, because you're on edge, and Konane, because your instincts are sharp in this form, you all start to feel that creeping, watching sensation descend on you again.
Oh,
It's
for fuck's sake, it's back.
What? Are we running?
We're moving quickly.
Okay, speed walking. All right.
Did Taliesin...
That's fast.
Alright.
Everyone's speeding up the stairs.
Fast as your legs can chafe.
Sei is not running, but she's definitely moving quickly. Definitely trying to keep a scan, at least, for traps.
Speed walking.
Walking with purpose.
Oh, one last thing. With the hobgoblin gone, and the captain being indicated, Jaeger's gonna quickly scan him for a map or something of import. If not, it's all good.
You saw some pouches at his belt that look like they might just be equipment pouches, but nothing like a map scroll case or anything.
Okay.
All right. Everyone rushes up the stairs.
I'm gonna take a pause for the cause. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it sounds good. Let's take a quick 5-minute break.
Hey. That detour earned us a D20 and a potential ally.
Indeed.
He's got one hell of a story to tell at the bars.
You would believe the size of this guy. All right, Richard. He gets larger every time you tell a story.
They were 15 feet tall.
It was like 50 of them.
They
Just
came
standing
from
around.
the mist.
And one of them
Yeah,
was
we're
a
gonna
bird.
get blamed for this fucking mist.
And it kept repeating. All good. Nothing to report.
Then I turned around, and they were gone.
I could still hear it in my head. All
Oh
good.
shit, the
Nothing to
music just
report.
started again.
It did.
Okay, so it was not playing for everyone?
Correct. I heard only
The
wind.
Okay, that's...
The music's been playing for a while for me.
Yeah, it wasn't playing, and I wasn't gonna, like,
Yeah.
stop game to play with music, so I just turned on my Barovia playlist.
That's appropriate.
And I was like, yeah, it's fine.
Oh, I thought it was on purpose because that was like
Oh,
that was suitably creepy.
music started again. I gotta convert these songs to OGG at some point.
Yeah, apparently the tower soundtrack was only playing for like 1 or 2 people.
Yeah, now it's
Oh.
gone again for me. Oh well, I got my Ravenloft one.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, if you adjust the volume, it has a glitch where adjusting the volume makes it mute. Reloading the page will fix it, but
Yeah, I don't want to reload the page just to find the ideal volume for it to not make me distracted, but also so I could hear it.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah,
that's fine.
it's whatever.
Actually, I'm gonna make a quick beeline as well. Be right back.
this is the being chased music.
Yeah, it has the strings. So I wonder if this is like, is this pointedly void or pointedly infested in the void? Because those
It's,
are like infested strings.
I believe it's derelicts.
All right. Well, yeah. Okay.
Time to check on my ducks.
The derelicts are infested, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so. Been a while since I played it on derelict.
The next music should not have such issues. It is not streamed. It is an OGG file. It should play without issue.
Send me a link of all the ones that you used, and I can OGG it like immediately. And then you'll just like have it for after.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank y'all. Everyone here?
I think so.
I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm here.
Whee! All right, let's move you up to floor 4. All right. Everyone have visibility?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh goodness.
Oh, that's.
Oh, hell no.
Hi, everybody. So
Totally
we
just barged into something going on here.
just Kramer slide into the room like.
Jerry.
What's that light?
Submission, not that you want us to know or not. You have a name allowing us to see at least the name of one of those characters immediately.
Oh, is it the gnome?
Yeah, the gnome. Yeah, the gnome.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm refreshing. Give me a hot second.
Ooh, your ping is out the wazoo. Nope, that's Mitch's ping.
My ping is so bad I can't see my ping anymore.
Ooh. 1632.
Ping tends to go way up when we change maps, probably because it's loading in assets.
Yeah.
But then it levels out. Sometime within the next year, we're gonna have better upload speeds. We just have to wait for Comcast to not be a dick about it.
All right, let me know when you're back in, say.
Yeah, I'm back in. It keeps doing this loud thunder thing, and I don't know if it's I joined the map or if that's ambient, and I have somehow it way up.
Ambient.
ambient. One of the lightning crashes happened shortly after you got in, and there was actually flashing on the crystal.
Okay.
Cool effect, isn't it?
It's cool, but it's it's so loud I can't actually. It'll ruin my recording.
I'll tell you what.
We don't want to peak the audio.
I actually didn't see the flash on the crystal.
I just turned it down.
Volume got changed to a quarter of what it was.
All right, testing now.
Oh, there we go. That's what that was. Okay.
Cool. All right. As you make your way up the stairs into the final floor, you emerge into what is obviously the top of the tower, as this floor is capped by a dome of glass that rises towards a central open area, a open space directly above a shaft in the center of this floor. Through the windows, you can see the churning, swirling storm above you, laced with red lightning darting here and there. The signs of eldritch power at work. You also see, even to those not particularly arcane, can see a distortion in the air rising from the center of this room, where a large red aether stone hovers, chained to the pit in the center of this floor. It is surrounded by a series of small workstations illuminated by arcane sigils, radiating faint blue light. Standing at each of these stations is a shrouded arcanist of some kind, some of whom have met with a terrible fate. You see at the station closest to you, there is a gnome who looks vaguely familiar, who is frantically manipulating things on the workstation. It looks like he's moving lines of glowing runic across the surface, and he is speaking in Gnomish to himself, sweat pouring off his brow. Any of you speak Gnomish?
Yes.
Alistair, you can hear him muttering over and over, No, not right. Need to fix it. Need to stop it. I need to free it. Yes, increase the power. And no, not right. Need to fix it. Need to stop it. Need to free it. Yes. No. Need to fix it. Need to stop it. Need to, just over and over again. At the various workstations around here, again, this is all things you're taking in as you enter this floor. You see at one of the stations, there's a withered husk of an arcanist lying dead before it. In the other is a statue of a mage carved out of stone in exquisite detail that looks to be reaching over one of the workstations. Another is slumped over his console, unmoving. And as you enter, you hear a sound of almost gurgling, choking, and you can see the arcanist over here at this table. Blood begins to pour from his eyes and his mouth as he slumps against the table in front of him and collapses on the floor. Across the room, at what appears to be a large stone table with more of these arcane workbenches on either side of him, a pair of globes, of glass globes on the table before him, you see a ashen-faced elf with long dark hair, his features reminiscent of the Shatter Kai, staring up at the stone as all kinds of weird shit is happening around him. And you all hear echoing cracks.
The chains, they are on the ground, connected to the dais bottom, with 3 chains. It looks like, no, 4 chains, I assume, going up to the crystal.
Yes, it looks like all these stations are connected to the central pit, and then from the pit there are chains that are holding the Aether Stone in place as cracks radiate across its surface.
Jaeger has what you call it, Rude Buster. Alistair, give me one good reason I don't break these chains.
Alistair's gonna look to Jaeger, look back to the gnome. Something's telling him to free it. I don't think he should free it. I don't think it has to be free.
Jaeger immediately runs forward and slams Rude Buster on the chain.
No. Wait, no!
Nope. Okay, he doesn't.
Don't free it!
Would not breaking the chain disrupt this array? I don't know. I know that.
I'm just gonna. Chaos is happening. I would like to just get closer to this console and to this gnome and muscle in. I'm going to just, like, as I do, look to say, all right, anything tries to, do anything, shoot them. Yeah, okay, cool.
I'm about to shoot all of them, but I think that killing them might actually make it worse.
Well, don't let them shoot me if they're shooting me.
Say?
Yeah, I'm gonna move forward and try to Is the Shatterkai moving forward?
Yes. He has circled around his desk. His eyes are on you, and he has one arm held in front of him. He actually shouts out at Common. Who are you? What are you doing here? You are interfering with the great work.
Good. We should stop the great work. What should we not do? And I'm just going to shoot him in the face. Let's be honest. I'm going to shoot him in the face.
Hold open.
All right. Give me an attack. And then I'm going to have everyone roll for initiative.
Right. Keep telling me what to not to do so that we can do that. Great, great, great.
Good roll, Taliesin.
If you are using real dice, and you want to change the number after you've rolled it, simply double-click your initiative value, and you can punch in a number.
My gun clicks and misfires.
Oh, shit.
There's one in the pool.
One in the pool.
There's one in the pool. I'm using it.
Not too happy we made that.
Yes, I'm.
Actually,
does my initiative count to
I don't think it does.
22.
Initiative does not.
No.
Damn it.
It might not hit, but at least it doesn't misfire.
At least it doesn't misfire.
I'll treat with that in a moment. Go ahead and roll for initiative, say.
Very cool.
Not bad.
Very nice. All right, so you move forward near to this cracking Aether Stone in the center of the room. You raise your gun and you fire, and the shot takes him in the shoulder, and he staggers back against the arcane desk behind him, kind of leaning against it, raising one hand to the wound. And you can see coming from the wound, his blood is actually darker, thicker, blacker. It seems unnatural as his gaze is still on you. And yeah, we're gonna launch into actual situation now. Say, go ahead and start.
Sure. I don't want him bleeding on this table. Yep, I don't want that. So we're gonna move. Once my rulers stop fucking me up. Oh yes, not even hold my movement. 30 feet to get to him?
Yep.
Yeah.
You rush up to him.
Yeah, I'm pulling him away from the table. I don't know if that's a grapple check, but
Yeah, give me a grapple check, and he's going to contest it. How dare you interrupt his great work? Oh yeah, you grab him. Where do you want to yank him or push him or throw him?
oh man, the temptation to toss him into the pit is super real.
You can certainly try.
Do it.
I'm gonna toss him in the pit. I'm tossing
Yeah,
him
but
in the pit.
I was gonna say that might feed whatever's in the crystal.
Yeah, it might. Yeah, I'm.
Say in the mood to fuck around and find out.
I think Say is in the mood to fuck around and find out. I'm tossing him in the pit.
Okay. Say, you grab him by the shoulders and you whirl around, dragging him to the center. And you can see as you hold him, you stare into his eyes.
Yeah, can I insight check before I toss him in the pit? Because if he gets real happy about it, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, go ahead and insight check.
Yes. Yeah.
You look into the eyes of a madman. His face is twisted in an expression somewhere between exultation and despair. And as you hold him close to the pit, the brackish blood leaking from his wound, he stares into you and murmurs in Elven, recognizing you as an elf. There are powers far greater than the gods in this world. It is too late. It is too late. Do you throw him in the pit?
Cool story, bro. Throw him in the pit.
Whee!
Actually, Say would say something clever like, yes, it's called gunpowder, and then throw him in the pit.
You throw him in the pit, and he does not even scream as he's flung over the side. All right, that was movement and action.
Can I use my bonus action to switch to my shotgun? Because I have a feeling
By all means.
This is a shotgun sort of situation.
You switch to the shotgun. Taliesin.
Well, that got rid of him. Perception check to see if there's anything else that seems like a danger in the room.
Yeah, roll perception.
Yeah. 12.
With a 12, at first glance, your first check of the room, there's no immediate threat. There appears to be two Arcanists left, the gnome that Alistair has run to, as well as the Arcanist across the way, who seems to be convulsing. You can see through the windows the storm outside. None of the lightning seems to be close to the tower. It's all within the clouds. It doesn't seem to be any threats coming from outside. You look over to the middle of the room where the large Aether Stone is, and you see the deep cracks spreading across its surface. And you make out a faint shadow, a large shadow within the stone itself, but not well enough to make out any shape within. You can't discern it, but there does appear to be a dark core at the center of this Aether Stone.
Alistair, how do we fix this thing?
Okay, little guy, how do we fix this thing?
Anything else you want to do, Taliesin?
Double checking some things.
Sure.
A lot of my magic that I'm looking at would not necessarily help. Like mending would help, but that takes a full ass minute. So yeah, I'm gonna move towards one of the arcane tables.
Okay.
And get ready for Alistair to tell me anything about like moving things around to try and undo whatever the fuck is going on.
All right. All right. Initiative count 20. The Arcanist on the far side of the room spasms and smoke boils out from his face as he reaches his hands up. And smoke pours out of his eyes as he screams and collapses across his table and slumps to the ground dead.
Right, so killing them seems to be a bad idea, and I have no other solutions.
Alistair.
Is this guy totally, like, tuning us out? Does he know we're here?
Okay, you rush over to his side, and he does not even seem to be aware of you. He seems to be just completely enthralled by his work. And of two minds about what he's doing.
Okay. I'm going to start by placing one hand on his shoulder. I'm placing one hand on the runes on this table. And I'm going to try to give him a shove. And I want to try to get through to him.
All right, trying to push him away from the table.
I'm going to try to get him to notice us, to see us. Yeah, I'm going to shove him and I'm going to try to talk to him.
Okay. He is going to contest. He does not want to leave his table.
Contest. Okay. That's a strength check? Athletics.
Yep. Athletics.
Okay, athletics versus... No, I'm not going to be able to push a gnome, guys.
I mean, he is a small gnome.
He's a small gnome. Let's go for it. That's going to be an 18.
18. You definitely beat him. In fact, he rolled a 6 on die, so you shove him and he staggers away from the table.
All right. Is he still blabbering and like? Does he immediately try? Does it look like he's coming back at me?
He staggers over, falls down on his ass. He's prone on the floor, and he looks up at you and is blinking, and he looks like a man who's waking from a deep, deep sleep.
All right. Just gonna shout at him over the noise. I've never known a gnome to let something else in their head and let them get away with it. Get a hold of yourself and tell me what to do with this.
All right, is that your turn?
That's going to be my turn.
All right. Clinkle. Oh shit, I forgot Tara and Vera.
GG.
I actually don't see Alistair on the turn tracker.
He's below Tara.
I
also don't see.
I don't see Taro, I don't see Vera, and I don't see Alistair. It's weird. I just assume that the DM has it, though.
Okay.
Can you see them now?
I can see.
Yeah.
Yep. They're there
Yep.
now.
Weird. Okay.
Yep.
I had to kind of
Yeah.
be in combat for that to show up. That's interesting. So NPCs and enemies won't show up until you begin combat.
Yes, that's in case you want to have creatures in hiding.
Yep. All right, cool. I'm going to say for Taro's turn, he just rushes over to this arcane table to try and begin making sense of it. All right, Clinkle.
I have no clue what to do. I'm gonna make an Arcana check to see if I can't figure out any of this shit.
Just general arcana shit. How is the magic in this room working?
What's in the stone?
You can also do a perception check if you want to try and perceive what's in the stone.
Feeling what's in the stone is one of those things that once you know it, it knows you.
What's in the box?
Yeah.
walk around and find out.
Arcana. All right, Klinkle, you're piecing together how this room functions. Granted, artifice is not your primary focus, but you've been spending a lot of time around Alistair and cross-referencing notes with one another. Your understanding of this room is in terms of the flow of power. It feels as though the Aether Stone is a focal point for the storm that is disrupting communication above you. You can feel the etheric currents radiating off of it. Judging by the way the tables are connected to it, it seems as though they somehow control the flow of power in this room. And you can kind of see that they are all connected to the shaft, but you can kind of see that on the inside of the shaft are metal pipes that descend down where each of these connection points are. So it looks like they're not just connected to the stone, they are connected to something deeper within the tower. So the stone itself is not a battery, it's a focal point. And that focal point is breaking.
Focal point looks like it might be escaping.
And as you piece this together, I'm going to say you do make out thin wisps of that fog starting to slip through the cracks in the Aether Stone outward.
I will mention out loud that the fog seems to be coming from inside the Aether Stone. We should probably stop that.
All right. Anything else you'd like to do?
I mean, I don't really know what else I can do.
Fair enough.
I'll move forward a little bit just because closer to running to things.
Okay. Vera's turn. What is she going to do? Someone smarter than me, please tell me what it is we are trying to do here. And she's going to run, kind of protect her brother. She'll be over there. Jaeger.
Jaeger grits his teeth, comes over here, tries to see if this means something. These bowls and dots and things are happening. He doesn't know magic. What the hell is this?
These seem to be tables with a variety of implements that are... You recognize some tools you've seen with Alistair, some measurement tools. It looks like these are arcane workbenches. They don't appear connected to the main mechanism in the room. They appear to be there for the mages if they need anything.
Okay. All right. There's a lit up dais that the guy that Say chucked. That Jaeger's gonna run down there. Let me calculate the rest of my movement. And to dash is just a bonus action.
Nope.
It's an action.
Action, that's fine.
You gonna vault over the table?
Well, are the chains on the ground or in the air?
Those chains leading from the tables are actually kind of like pipes, so you can jump over them no problem. But once you get to the table, I saw your marker go directly across it. So if you want, you can totally vault over the table for cool points.
Cool points.
Might as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, because yeah.
You kind of knock one of the spheres and it starts to wobble in its holder.
And he tries to catch it, make sure it doesn't drop. Don't need anything else breaking. All right. Is it possible to make an investigation check to see if there's like anything here that might help?
So everything in front of you, the tables to either side of you, there is a flat tilted surface in front of you with it seems smooth and black, and there are lines of runic actively moving across it. There is when you vaulted over the table, you nearly knocked over it looked like a crystal sphere, transparent, whereas the other sphere looks to be dark and black and full of smoke within. Everything around you is written in runic.
Checking one last thing. 1 hour. Jaeger. Okay. It was double move to get here, and there's a lot happening.
Yeah. So action is spent.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, in terms of languages, runic is not a.
Okay, I'm glad you picking up what I was about to put down.
Yeah,
Okay.
I had a feeling. Yeah, runic's more of a programming language than like a written language than a language.
He can read it, but it's gonna say if then.
Yep.
Okay, so there's runic moving here, guys. I don't know what this means, and that will be turned.
All right, Kanane.
All right, so Klinkle has figured out that whatever's going on is breaking. Kanane isn't very knowledged in Arcana, so I don't know if it would make sense for her to roll an Arcana check to see if there was a way to fix something like this.
Being a wild magic sorcerer, I would say that you feel the etheric currents moving around you. It's kind of like a buzz against your fur. There's a lot of power in this room. It is moving, it is churning, it is being directed. And there's something else that feels vaguely familiar. Something that's kind of tugging at the back of your mind insistently. And at the same time, there's this undercurrent of wrongness in the air.
Oh no. Oof.
Well, she doesn't like any of that. I don't think she can do anything other than
Don't want that out.
try and destroy it, but that seems like a bad idea. She doesn't know. I'm pretty sure she doesn't have Dispel Magic or anything
Alistair
like that.
definitely felt like destroying it was a bad idea.
Yeah, he definitely
And also
said
that
that.
it seems to be destroying itself.
So is it possible to seal it with ice temporarily?
I can't seal anything with ice. I might damage it if I do something like that.
Oh.
If all else fails, you can always maneuver and prepare.
Yeah, I mean, the only good thing that I have is, like, I have got Counterspell and I got Banishment, and those are probably the only things that I got handy right now.
Try banishing it.
It's not a creature that I'm aware of.
Yes.
So I'm just gonna hold tight and yeah. Just wait and see if I can help.
Alrighty.
And stay a bit away from it and be by the stairs in case I have to run.
At the end of the round, the gnome kind of blinks and snaps back to himself and shakes his head and looks to you, Alistair, and looks to the table and looks to the stone. And first he starts in Gnomish, and then he shakes his head vigorously and switches to Common. No, we need to stop it. We need to drain the energy. It's cracked. It's already cracked. There's so many oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
I just interject.
And then you all hear a loud crack, followed by another loud crack, and then a spiraling spider web of cracks as the Aether Stone shatters.
Oh.
Yep.
And the lights around the room go out. Most of them.
I imagine them going out to the beat of the music.
The music the other people can hear, I can't because I touched a button.
In the wake of the Aether Stone's detonation, shards of crystal fly across the room. Fog erupts from the center of mass where it once stood. And within the fog, a dark shape begins to kind of coalesce, kind of bringing the fog and the air into itself. As that's happening, the swirling clouds outside, the storm itself seems to quiet a little bit, and yet the clouds start to swirl faster and faster and faster. Lights flicker all around the floor, sourceless, purplish, kind of like the light you briefly saw downstairs. And then you hear something whispering in your minds. A voice without sound, speaking words that aren't words and seem to send chills down your body. These whispers don't feel right. They feel strange and incomprehensible. And it begins to fade into your own natural language, as though transforming into your native tongue. Jaeger, this actually sounds very reminiscent to when you cast Comprehend Languages, and the way what you hear transforms into something you comprehend. So within Elvish, in Common, in Giant even, you all hear words that begin to make sense. Finally free. Finally free. And within the darkness, you see a mote of red appear. And then another mote of red. Mm-hmm. Then another, and another, and another. And then a larger, glowing red sphere in the center. And the darkness begins to coalesce into a jagged, bony shape.
It's fine. It's fine.
As something so far beyond your comprehension manifests that for a moment you're all struck and your mind reels. I need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw.
Great.
Alistair, you get to make this with advantage.
Ooh. Okay.
Oh no.
I got a 23.
30-20.
13.
18.
6.
1 second.
So, 2 of the teams succeed. Maybe.
What is that thing called again?
Hmm?
What is that thing called
All
again?
right, let's see
I
here.
forgot what it's called. It's the undead beholder, lich beholder, whatever. Gazer.
All right, so let's see who's the lowest scores here.
That would be me.
I used to know this.
Okay,
I knew it too when I was running a Vecna campaign.
so the world kind of snaps back into focus as this creature
Death Tyrant.
emerges. Oop, that was the wrong one. Okay. And with the emergence of this creature, say you are the first to respond.
When in doubt, try to kill it with fire.
Kill
Sorry.
it with fire.
For some reason, my gun is missing.
What?
I have rebuttal and retort, but I don't have. Whoa! God damn,
Sorry,
that's
I was-
loud.
Oh, that was weird.
Where the fuck is my shotgun?
Shotgun. Reprisal?
Yes.
It was not counted as equipped. It is now equipped.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Weird. Yes.
very good. Very good.
Hold on. There's more damage because fire.
Yeah, no problem.
This is being a bigger bitch than Roll20 tonight.
Oh, I can see you rolled a 15.
Actually, I think I did. Instead, I'm supposed to. Actually, he needs
Okay.
to roll a saving throw. I misread.
Okay, just using the boom fire.
Yeah, boom fire.
Boom fire. All right. Dexterity saving throw. All right, go ahead and roll your damage as a cone of flame engulfs the creature.
$32.
God damn. Whew. All right, fire roils across it, and for a moment he's obscured by the flames just belched from your shotgun. As the flames flicker down, you see the red eyes turn through the fog to focus upon you. You see the fire still kind of like parts of his floating skull is on fire.
What are you?
I'm gonna shoot it with my other gun.
Go for it.
Gun in each hand, why not?
All right, 15 to hit.
Yep.
You see your shot strikes its skull and ricochets up into the open air, since there's just open space above him. It seemed to be deflected by his skull. It looks almost too organic to be a skull, but it definitely looks like a skull.
I'm gonna switch out my gun for my sword. So I have a feeling that I'm gonna need to use just the magic gun for this one. And that's my turn. I'm standing pat.
At the end of your turn, having shot at this creature and alerted it to your presence, you see one of its eyes begin to glow. All right. Say, I need you to make a strength saving throw.
$13.
13. Say, you feel an invisible force grab you and yank you into the pit. For the rest of the party, they watch as you're suddenly catapulted into the hole after the elf you had kicked in there just mere moments ago. Taliesin, it is your turn.
I scream, Ilokai!
Ilokai!
And touch the
dragon scale, summoning a amethyst dragon
spirit
Oh, shit.
to the field
to a spot below to a spot in the pit.
Does it have to be a
and-
place you can see?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's just
So
above
it's just above the pit.
So where the tyrant is?
Yeah, just about.
But I'm not able to pull the token
down
like I would like to.
Well, let me try this one more time. Come on.
Moment.
Because
Because I have the
stat block
up. It has a token, but it's not letting me drag and drop the token.
That works.
So he was spawned there. And
Give a hand to my lovely assistant.
thank you.
And
I'm assuming she's already falling into the pit, so his instruction is to fly down and capture her.
Okay.
And he's
And
a fly speed of 60 feet,
so he should be able to make
60
it.
feet. All right. Does it go immediately after your turn?
Yes.
Immediately after my initiative round.
That
was my action, and I will move myself towards the table.
Yep,
I end up behind that pedestal, and that will be my turn, hoping that the Draconic Spirit saves. Grab say.
As you summon the spirits and this ethereal amethyst dragon appears and dives into the pit, one of the floating motes around this creature that looks like oh so many eyes turns to follow it curiously, and you all hear kind of in your heads,
Another dream being. Still you steal what does not belong to you.
And all right, so Taliesin, at the end of your turn, the Draconic Spirit dives into the hole. Say you would be falling. What's a standard fall speed? Is it 30 feet per turn?
No, it's like several hundred.
All right, I'm going to say this, since this is all technically happening at the same time. I'm going to say that dragon uses about 30 feet to dive down. Say you see this spectral dragon appear and dive after you and sweep down one claw towards you. And it's pretty much grabbing for you. I imagine.
Grabbing for it. Yep.
Yeah, it grabs your outreached arm and turns, flapping its wings to fly back upwards. I'm going to say it makes it just back up to the top of the pit over here and kind of swings you up and over to deposit you on the other side. And where's the dragon token?
I don't know. It vanished shortly after you started talking, and I didn't press any buttons. Nope.
It has served its purpose, and now it returns to its people.
There it is.
I'd say that's over there. And that'll be it for its movement.
Yep. It did what it was ordered to do, so now it can't take a dodge action because it did its action. So yeah, that's the end of my turn and its turn.
Alrighty. So at the end of your turn is Taro's. However, on initiative count 20.
Just
to let you know, Mish, when I summoned him, I was allowed to choose a resistance, so I could be resistant to the same thing he is, so I choose necrotic as a heads up. So the dragon and myself are resistant to necrotic damage.
Sounds good. At initiative 20, he begins to kind of spasm and bob with... if he was a mortal being, you might associate it with rage as building off of what he has just seen. Thieves, thieves, thieves! And all around the room, you see the spectral, foggy appendages begin to leach out from the walls and from the ground, scattered throughout the room. Now, those all along the walls, they are more prevalent, but only in scattered across the floor do they emerge. These spectral appendages seem to be coalescing out of the fog itself, and they look like a more tangible version of the things that were grabbing at you down below. Now let's see. All right, that's for anyone who starts their turn within 10 feet of it. Nope, that's a dead guy. All right, Taro. Oh, I forgot to roll wisdom saves for Taro and Vero. I should take care of that. All right, there's his sheet. Do that real quick. All right, that's fine. All right, he is going to look up at this thing in... it seems like every time he joins you on a mission, he sees something that kind of breaks his brain a little bit.
Every time he joins us, it's something from, like, the history books pops up.
What in the name of all things are you? And He's going to be a good friend and try to cast a fairy fire on it so he can help out everyone else. Okay, let's see here. 20 foot. Yeah, so he's just casting it like right in the middle of this thing where it is. Any creature in there in spell cast outlined if it fails a dex saving throw. So dex saving throw. The creature is limbed in phantom light. Any attacks against it now have advantage. And that is going to be it for Taro's turn as he looks over towards where the gnome is.
You, gnome! Do you know what this thing is and how we can stop it?
That's it for his turn. Alistair!
Okay, I see this thing is doing some stuff. I don't really... okay. I would like to attempt to cast Shatter. Alistair pulls a tuning fork from his coat, takes aim at this guy, flicks at it. I'm centering Shatter on his...
Space?
His space, yeah.
Alrighty. Constitution saving throw.
Con saving throw, he's got to beat a 17.
He beats it.
Yeah.
Half as much damage, though.
Oh, that's not bad. Alright, just a d12. 3d8. 3d8 thunder damage. Moment. Get some diamonds. There's a diamond. That's 20, so he takes 10.
Alrighty.
Bonus action, I'm going to summon... I'm going to summon Emmett closer to me.
Alrighty.
I will have Emmett impose himself between myself and Kanane. Put him between both of us. There we go. That works. That's it for my turn.
At the end of your turn, as your shatter goes off against it, it twitches and one of those red beams turns in your direction.
Wretched parasites!
And it glows, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity saving throw, okay. I'm gonna flash a genius that. For a total of... You know what? That's a really low roll. I'm gonna eat it. That's a 10. That's a 10 total.
10 total. All right. The world around you seems to vibrate and slow down as every part of your body feels leaden, and everything around you that's happening so fast is suddenly happening in bullet time, except your...
Can I counterspell that?
It is not a spell, it's an ability.
Okay. It's good to know.
But I do like you being heavy on the trigger finger. That's a good... Counterspell is a great reaction. Yeah, Alistair, you are now slowed.
Oh.
Do we? Yeah. There you go. Twinkle.
Cool. Not liking those tentacles.
Oh, you're within 10 feet of one, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Pretty saving throw.
Roll better
Alright.
than me, please.
16.
Those ethereal tendrils wrap around you, and you are now grappled.
Oh shit! Even at that.
Now, you can escape, but it would require an action.
I mean,
Or-
I don't know what else I'm going to be doing this turn anyway.
I think we've used movement for grapple checks in the past to escape, haven't we?
Grapple check. Generally, contesting a grapple check is an action.
Yeah.
Yep.
Action. You gotta say?
I was just agreeing.
Right. So you've got an action to struggle against the grapple or to do anything else.
I don't want to be held today, so I'm gonna see try to acrobatics my way out of this.
Okay.
Get a squirm.
It is a variant rule.
Okay. You squirm your way free of the tentacles.
Tell the tentacles that they were very rude not to ask first. And try. Do I still have movement to get out of more than 10 feet away from this thing?
You do have movement. It cannot grapple you. Actually, it happens at the start of the turn, so you can move wherever you want, and you won't get grappled this turn.
I don't really want to be bunched up with anybody else. I'm gonna wander over there. A little close to Taro, but wait. 1 second, let me measure one thing. Yeah. Am I more than 10 feet away now? I'm gonna make sure that, yeah. And I suppose that will end my turn.
Alrighty. What the shit? Okay, moving on to Vera's turn. Jaeger is on deck. First. Okay, good to know. All right. This is all kinds of messed up. She is going to move for a better position. Just in case, say, goes somewhere she shouldn't be going, and she is going to try. She is going to flick a couple darts at that thing and fire a lightning bolt at it. Ah, that's so convenient. Okay, the first one gets deflected, but the second one buries itself in its craggy carapace. Oh, not that much damage. Nope. There we go. And then she's going to use her special lightning bolt attack. Dexterity saving. All right. Lightning erupts from her hands as she throws her hands forward, and it strikes the creature racing around its body and erupts past him, continuing on to the other side of the room, where it's grounded against the far side. But he is caught in it, and he shrieks, and as soon as the lightning fades, he retaliates. Has another eye beam targeting Vera. Ooh. Okay. She can do this. She can do this, right? She can do this. Oh, no. Okay. She raises her hands in front of her as a beam of energy slams into her. Say, you are right next to her, and you see her stagger. And she, as the beam fades, she lowers her arms, kind of breathing heavily and looking around. I'm okay. I'm okay. And you see her start to frown and kind of move her arm, rotating at the shoulder, twist her waist, and she looks kind of down at herself, and you see a dawning sense of panic cross her face. I can't move. And that's it for her turn. Jaeger, you're up. Kanani, you're on deck.
Jaeger has no real good magic and low HP. He's going to first heal himself using Cure Wounds. Oh my fucking god. And then shout to the other. There are two orbs here, one with smoke and one empty. Maybe some kind of stealing has to be done? It starts to move over here. Just so it can be closer to the action. Away from that thing. And that will be turn.
Sorry, I was just making a note of something. What'd you say, Jaeger? Move over to that side.
Jaeger's gonna end his turn now.
Alrighty. Kanane.
Okay. I'm gonna do something crazy. Kanani looks at this weird, deranged, disgusting creature. And she wants it to stop looking like that because the one eye that's glowing and then the little eyes that are glowing, she doesn't like that and she doesn't like what it does.
Polymorph.
I'm going to turn you into something much more pleasant. She will mumble. And I'm going to attempt to cast Polymorph on him.
Ooh. What kind of save is that?
Wisdom.
Wisdom. I believe they need to make
DC 16. Are you using the wand of the War Master, War Mage?
Yeah.
It should be DC 17.
All right, so a DC 17.
All right. You thrust the wand of the War Mage in front of you, and you concentrate on this creature. You find that its center of mass, its core eye, is focused kind of in your general direction, kind of looking in over here. You meet that gaze, and you feel a shiver go through you, and the air around it begins to warp. And you feel a surge against you as its will forces the spell away and disrupts your concentration on it. It does not take.
How close was that? Because I am going to roll Bend Luck.
Ooh. Remind me again if that's something that adds to you or disadvantage to him.
He has to roll again and take the second roll.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Hold on.
I
think just
spent
screwed
2
up.
sorcery points. What's up?
It actually is the D4 one.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know why you were saying that. But anyway, let me roll a d4 and see if I can get 4 off of that. And see if I can make him lose.
Okay.
Alright, that is -3.
-3. He still succeeds. You bring him from 23 to 20.
Alright, well then I use my Quicken spell ability and cast Fireball.
All right. When in doubt, Fireball.
Well, a lot better.
What was that?
Talking to the Death Tyrant. You would have liked the first spell a lot better.
Yeah, no. You know, if you cooperated, you would have liked that better. And Fireball.
All right. That is a dex save for him. Okay. What's your save DC again?
17.
All right. He does make his save, so only half damage. And what's the radius of Fireball again?
20 feet. I'm gonna aim it not close to Say, like somewhere around here.
Yeah, I think there's enough space around him that, like, you can make it happen.
Alright, let me roll damage.
Oh, actually, that's a lot of space. God, Fireball is a lot of space.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
I believe
if she uses one of the things, she can choose the effect from things, so she can have it placed out.
All right, we're getting a template down to make sure that the right person gets hit. Roll your damage.
Right in front of what's his face? Taliesin.
Move it one to
Move
the
it
right
one
if you
to the
could.
right if you could.
Yeah,
Thank you.
mine's a dragon token.
Ah, cool. There we
So hit the
Alright,
So
tentacles.
hit
so
the
that is
tentacles and him.
that is a total of 39 fire damage.
All right, so he takes half because he saved.
But did
But did
tendrils?
tendrils save?
We shall find out momentarily.
Is they gonna jump off? Oh no, she got set down by the dragon. That's right.
Okay. The fireball explodes and fire sweeps
Hookshot.
over the area. It burns away the foggy tendrils for a moment, but as the fire recedes, you see the tendrils reform. The creature itself, between the fire blast that Say fired on it and now taking some fire damage from the fireball, it's now kind of a flaming skull of otherworldliness. Is that all for your turn, Tonane?
Is there... I gotta roll for surge chance, don't I?
You do, and I believe it's been building.
Yep. Well, it's 2 out of 20 right now.
Okay, and you tried to cast Polymorph first, so...
Polymorph first,
roll
and then...
Polymorph?
So roll for polymorph?
Yep.
That is a nat 1.
Oh, yay. And roll again.
That is a 5.
Okay, so you're back up to 2. And roll a d100.
We have landed on 41 today. Do I turn blue?
Tonane, you have made my night.
Fantastic.
The magic warps around you. And I'm going to say you still managed to get off your fireball, because we should have remembered to do this first. And as you see it still standing there, and you have a moment to think to yourself, well, shit. The world abruptly goes dark around you as magic swirls and warp your body. And a moment later, there's a soft thunk as a potted plant lands on the floor where you once stood.
Hell yeah!
Tonane, no!
Wait, what? What?
Oh, how I have longed to see this day.
Perfect timing.
All right. Moving on. The creature's turn. The tyrant turns and sees this spectral creature near it. I hunger. He's going to move over a little bit. And for his first action, he is going to chomp down, or try to chomp down on the dragon. What is the dragon's AC?
14.
All right, he does score with 15 for 8 damage. And he regains 8 health. And having tore free a slight chunk of this thing, he's going to turn his gaze across those in front of him. He's now looking in this direction, just in case. And with his last 2 aspects, he is going to launch attacks. Though 2 motes of red circling his central skull will orient, we shall say, first on Say, and the other on Taliesin. So say, first up. Ooh. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
$21.
Okay. With that 21, the light around the red's eye, it glows brighter and then abruptly turns pitch dark as a wave of black energy slams into you. And for a moment, you feel as though the very life was being sucked out of your body. But you rally against it. And as the beam passes over you, you feel unaffected. Taliesin, I need you to make a... Ooh. That's funny. 1 second.
I have a bad feeling about this roll.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw with advantage.
I just almost got it disintegrated.
11.
As you gaze upon this creature, you realize that you have never beheld such a glorious creature before. An entity such as this deserves to be worshipped and protected at all costs. You are charmed by it. And that is it for its turn. The gnome scrambles forward next to you, Alistair.
The anchors! The anchors! We need to turn the anchors back on! It's the only thing that tethers it to our world!
And he is going to attempt a Arcana check at this table. And fail, as he begins sliding these runic things along its smooth surface, and a lot of red lights begin to show up across the lines of code.
Is he completely like eating shit at this, or is he just kind of making little mistakes?
Little mistakes. He's panicking.
Can I slap him on the back and use Flash of Genius?
If you like to.
That. Yeah, use your reaction, pop Flash of Genius, and... Hold on, use your head, show me how to do it, and do it right.
All right. With that, he nods without even looking at you as he begins to reorganize some of the codes. And after a moment, the table lights up blue. And he lets out a giddy little sound of success. Above you, amidst the storm of two fast-moving clouds, see motes of light begin to appear in the sky, distant stars. Stars that swirl and dance as ribbons of color stretch out between them like swirling galaxies. The storm continues beyond the tower, but something strange is happening. Say, it's your turn.
I was gonna do something really stupid, but I think I'm gonna do a smart thing instead. I am going to... I don't know how you want to flavor this, because I have a feature called the Golden Gun. Which is encouraged by the Stormlord, which I have totally forsaken. But, I'm gonna tap into him.
Okay.
So I summon the Golden Gun, wreathing my firearm in Radiant Fire. The damage type for this attack becomes Radiant, and I deal one additional damage die.
All right. You reach into that core of power that where your faith once held in Talos. And even though you don't feel that faith anymore, you feel something different there. There's a different source of power, a sense of determination and will that drives you forward. You don't fully understand it yet, but you reach into that well of power and you channel it as your gun flares with golden light. And you release your attack. 19 does hit. That's 18 damage.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you shoot at it, and you take a chunk out of its carapace-like skull.
I'm also going to suspend a superiority die, and when I hit a creature with a weapon attack, I can expend 1 superiority die to distract the creature, giving my allies an opening. I add a superiority die to the attack's damage roll, and the next attack roll against the target by an attacker other than me has advantage.
All right.
Uh-oh, I accidentally deleted it. No, I didn't.
Fairy Fire is still on, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Let me just double.
Yeah, you don't even need to spend Distracting Strike. Do me a favor, re-roll your attack on that real quick.
Yeah,
Just to see if you get a 20.
It still adds the damage die. That's why I did it.
Oh, okay. But roll a attack again just to see if you... Okay.
So 28, not it.
All right. Just wanted to see if you got more damage. All right. So how much damage from the superiority?
My superiority dice. D8.
How much? 2.
2.
Got it.
So that's my first attack.
First attack. Second attack.
Shoot it again.
Shoot it again. Oof. 30 to hit for 19 damage.
Okay. And then I'm going to spend an action surge.
Go for it.
And I'm going to shoot it again. I use my bonus action to reload, and then I shoot it again.
God, 29 hits. And 21 hits.
So that's all my attacks. Man, do I want to do this. Do I want to fucking do this.
With every shot, chunks of its carapace go flying off in all directions, and you see it quiver and shake with rage.
No, no, this world is the stuff of dreaming gods who slumber beyond the veil. It will not end like this.
So using hook shot is an action, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. But the boots of Pharaoh leaping are not.
Are you going to try and ride it?
What do you guys think?
No?
Do it.
The DM is just going to point out that he is floating off a somewhat bottomless pit.
Yeah, fair, and I think we're doing a really good job hurting him, so I'm going to not jump on him, just in case we hurt him real good. I'm just gonna make sure I step in front of Vera and offer Vera whatever coverage I can.
Okay. And is that it for your turn?
Yep.
It is going to retaliate at you. Give me a wisdom saving throw. Okay. You just got off several very successful shots against it, but it's still standing. It's still standing and it's looking at you, and something is happening to Vera, and oh god, what's going on with the sky, and everything feels wrong, and this is off, and you are terrified of what is happening around you right now. You are frightened.
Okie dokie.
All right. Talison's turn.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Quick.
So
the
charm effect. Do I get to roll another save on it at the end of my turn, or?
So first, you are going to roll, because you are within 10 feet of the tendrils.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, all things considered, it's not that bad. Dexterity saving throw. All right, so it's holding on to you. All things told, it's not that bad. You weren't going very far anyway, right? Right. You're grappled. The charm itself, you get to roll again. 1 second. When I pop out his stat block, some of his stuff disappears. Oh no. Yeah, you want to help him out for the foreseeable future.
Okay. So
here's the funny thing.
Taliesin
has a sideways way of thinking things.
Taliesin
casts polymorph on him. DC 15.
I think transforming it into something else would probably go against its wishes right now.
The way it was
worded was, I need to protect it at all costs.
Unless
you have something else going on,
Talison's
going to do what he thinks is right to protect it at all costs.
So it'd be a
But protecting it at all costs would also get in the way of what it wants to do, which is obviously to hurt everyone around it. So making it unable to perform those actions doesn't sit well with you. Oh, actually, that is a very in-character version of pointing out the charmed condition. It can't be targeted by harmful abilities or magical effects that you cast. That's a byproduct of just having the charmed condition on you.
Polymorph is not
inherently
negative, though.
It is a magical ability. Magical effect, rather.
Yeah, so for the
foreseeable future,
yeah.
I mean,
So I got nothing. I'm
still gonna
try. I guess I'm gonna try polymorphing. Say, I guess.
That could work.
Which will drop my dragon.
Or you can command your dragon to do something for it.
I know that Say is
a really great fighter, but I don't.
Squirrely,
And she's also squirrely. So if I made my dragon attack, it's not necessarily going to hit her. And
I could take her out of the fight
I
if I
could
turn her into
something. So.
And honestly, just because you want to protect it doesn't necessarily mean you want to, kill your allies.
that's the thing.
That's the thing is, I don't want to kill her, but I also don't want her hurting it. And the only thing I can do at this point is her. So.
Alrighty. This is for your own good. Alright.
So
Say has to make it, because I'm assuming she's not willing, wisdom saving throw DC 15.
Say, wisdom saving throw.
That's in that one.
Taliesin, what do you turn her into?
A raccoon.
A raccoon.
That seems about right. Say, you're now a raccoon who wants nothing to do with this fight. Rob will be able to help out with transmogrifying your token. All right.
George, stand in.
Taliesin, going to hang out at the control panel?
I'm grappled.
You are.
I
literally cannot move.
All right, so end of your turn?
Yep.
All right, initiative count 20. All the tendrils fade from existence. Let's see, who's been doing stuff against him? No, you know what? This is what he's going to do. All of the tendrils fade from existence as the fog in the area begins to grow thicker. And from the fog emerges larger tendrils that snake across the ground and eyes that flicker open and close throughout the semi-darkness as an obscuring haze of wrongness twists the air around it. And I'm going to get rid of these real quick. I think I have this here. Yes. And yeah, he's going to cast that right there. So everyone's freed. This field around it is obscuring terrain. So even though he's currently lit by fairy fire, this would grant disadvantage to ranged attacks, which would make it a flat roll against him from a distance. And it is difficult terrain to move through it. All right, now it's Taro's turn. Being a spellcaster, having heard Alistair and the gnome's conversation, he needs to decide if it's better to cast a spell or work the console here. What does this do? Nope. Okay, he is, You know what? Hey, Alistair. You're a arcane scholar. In Taro's position, do you think he would rely on his powers, or would he try to activate the arcane device?
If he's within earshot of the gnome,
he's definitely heard.
Getting tethered to this world sounds like some serious shit. Might be important to do that.
All right, he's going to make an Arcana check. And as he swirls the runic around, he brings the panel to life. And he is going to start racing over to the next one. And he looks like he is in the token field.
It's 1 foot of movement should be messed up. So 10 feet to get out of it.
Ah, there we go. So he's out of it right here, right?
Yeah.
"30 feet gets him in front of the next one. All right, that's it for his turn. It is now Alistair's turn.
Okay, I'm still slowed, so I'm going to try to move as much as I can, which is 15 feet. 15 feet. Just kind of slow motion loping toward the next panel to try to get to it.
And you are in difficult. You start off in difficult terrain as well.
Oh, then I am only making it a couple feet then. So
Couldn't Emmett pick
Couldn't
you up and
Emmett
run with
pick
you?
you up and run with you?
Theoretically.
You are able to give him commands on your turn.
Alright, so I'll forego taking an action, and instead I will use the bonus action allotted to me while slowed. And... slow motion, command Emmett to grab and take.
Okay. So on Emmett's turn, yeah, he'll move over, grab you and sling you over his shoulder, and continue moving.
Okay, even if he's slowed from dragging, he will still make it to the panel.
Sounds good.
That's my bonus action. I can't take an action to attempt to do this. So I'm going to make my save and hope for the best.
Alrighty. That is
was
a dex save. Yep, dex save.
Dex save. With a slow beam. Okay. 30 saving throw. Let's do this. That's a... What's my dex? It's +4. That's a 23.
23. Time abruptly snaps back into its proper flow.
Ugh. Keep pressing! Keep pressing! That's it for me.
Okay, at the end of your turn,
Your lives are motes of dust in the eyes of the Eldrazi.
and Emmett's drawn his attention. Ooh, what's that? Is Emmett immune to being charmed?
1 sec. He is immune to charm, exhaustion, and poison.
Emmett completely ignores him. Klinkle.
I can just like picture the tyrants like blinking that like nothing's happened. But because awkward corner and awkward standing. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And double moving. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep, that'll work.
Does that count as next to it?
Yeah, you did do a double move, so that would take up your action.
Yeah, but there's next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, you're close.
I don't think there's anything I can do on a bonus.
Any spells?
I mean, me read this spell real quick. Never mind. Not prepared.
Alrighty.
Yeah. I have literally one bonus action spell in my entire spell listed.
Alright, so you've moved into position, so now it is Vera's turn. Let me see, when does she make this? End of its next turn. So she's restrained. Say is now a raccoon. Son of a beach. She is going to... nope, that's going to hurt. Okay, this sounds interesting. Oof. Oof, that's going to be bad. That doesn't hurt. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Okay. She needs to try and do something against this creature, so she is going to use a bonus action as she draws more darts from the holster at her hip, and she holds one up and transforms the tip into living lightning as she flicks it in her hand and casts a lightning arrow to try and deal more damage against this thing. All right, so that is... All right, so it would be a normal attack against him, but she is restrained, so she's fighting through whatever is afflicting her and has disadvantage on her attacks.
Fairy Fire makes it a flat roll, though, right?
Yep.
It would, but the obscuring terrain gives disadvantage against ranged attacks, so it's kind of double disadvantage.
Doesn't advantage and disadvantage always cancel out?
Yeah, they always cancel out.
Yeah, they always cancel out. There's no double disadvantage or no double advantage.
That's how it's
always been ruled in our game so far.
I'll roll straight roll, but I like double disadvantage. All right, straight roll. She has a better chance at this anyway. Yep, that hurt. And target takes bonus lightning damage. All right, let's see. Okay. Lightning flares and flashes off of the creature as she follows up with a... She's got 2 more attacks. That didn't work, right? Okay, reliable hits. All right, more cracking sounds can be heard in the fog as lightning and fire dances across this creature's body. At the end of her turn, she needs to make a save. And she lets out a cry of effort as she staggers free from whatever was freezing her in place. However, at the end of her turn, It is going to retaliate against her. It'd be hilarious if it was the same attack, but... All right. I jinxed myself. Okay. But this time she is prepared for whatever it was that struck her before, so it doesn't affect her. It is now Jaeger's turn.
Jaeger. Hold on 1 second. There we go. Jaeger immediately runs up next to Taliesin and just slaps him in the face.
Whack! Unarmed strike.
Yeah. Get it together!
Roll your attack.
Misses.
Does a 14. Misses.
He has 2.
All right, go again.
15.
Still misses.
Still misses.
God damn it.
Talison's juking.
I didn't expect that. I don't have bonus to know if this is the wrong character. I guess that's freaking it.
Jaeger yells in his face.
Yeah, damn. I expected one of those to hit. Quick look. Nothing. Well, Jaeger's is gonna trudge off.
Okay,
He can only, he can only get right there. And use it get it together, Taliesin.
Was that extra?
Was that extra attack or offhand attack for that second one?
That was his second attack.
Does he still get
an offhand attack?
Need a light weapon.
Oh, you do need.
Oh, you do need a light weapon in order to do an offhand attack for your bonus.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
Oh damn. Okay.
I tried.
Light one-handed light weapon.
All right, Jaeger, you trudge into the weird squirming mist. Is that it for you?
Bonus action for rage. It's trudging, just getting angry and angrier at the second. Froth starts coming from the sides of his mouth.
Perfect. All right, Kanane, you are a plant.
I sure am.
You are living your best plant life right now.
It's kind of dark in here, so it must be nighttime, so I'm gonna go to sleep and stop photosynthesizing.
All right. It is the tyrant's turn. He's going to move. He'll move back this way. As he's shifting through, while you can barely see him through this fog, you can see the lines of fire and electricity dancing across the surface of its body. It seems like it's coming apart, almost as though it's bleeding bits of itself into the abyss below it as it moves. But the red lights of its many eyes are still illuminated.
This world is wrong. Your gods stole what does not belong to them. I will bring us home.
And it's going to unleash a flurry of bolts from it. One moment, please. Oh! Hey, Kanane!
Yeah?
Guess what?
Am I no longer a plant?
You're not a plant!
Did I get to 0?
No, the first line says until the start of your next turn. So
I thought it was permanent until I was at 0.
I did too, and I kind of hoped that it was, but several of us missed that first line. So yeah, you begin to go to sleep, and suddenly you're Fauna again.
Feeling that sensation of what had happened to her once before, ages ago, and noticing that that guy's still there, her first reaction is to fireball him.
Another fireball. You fireball him in the middle of his speech.
Range.
Fireball's got a... let's get the template out.
I think it was like 600.
No, not that range.
I want to make sure you don't hit anyone.
Don't parboil Alistair.
No, I would never.
Say
I'm gonna
is...
drop it down one.
That was...
No,
Oh,
Jaeger's not in it.
just Miss Jaeger.
Yeah, it's just out of the range.
That's... circle templates are weird.
For what it's
I'm
worth,
going by the orange squares.
yeah, I go by the orange squares.
Yeah. I'll go by two.
1/2.
Drop that fireball.
I am dropping that fireball. Fuck this guy. So does he make his DC? Does
Go
he
ahead and
roll
roll
above a 17?
As he's making his speech, you launch the fireball at him from behind. All right. 20 damage.
Alright, so damage is...
It looks like it already rolled. Or do you roll your own dice for it?
I rolled real dice. I was just rolling that to get rid of it in my spell slot. It is 41 points of fire damage.
All right, 41 points. Roll a d20 as well.
That is a 19.
All right, you're up to 3. So there is a conflagration that erupts in the center of this room, once more consuming the creature within. Its monologue gets interrupted as it segs into a scream, and it rises up out of the fire, chunks of its skull beginning to crack and dissolve and turn to ash as it drips away from its body. All of its eyes begins to swirl around it.
You will all die. There will be nothing left but shreds of memory in the minds of the mad.
Can I do Quicken Spell and as a bonus action cast another fireball?
You don't need to.
Oh, good. Because I was going to.
As
If he was not.
completely falls apart, there is a final surge of power as he releases his death blow.
Ooh, Fauna was that.
3 beams erupt across the field. The last of his power draining from him as he crumbles to ash. One will strike at you, Konane. One will hit you, Jaeger, since you haven't received anything yet.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome. And one will hit Klinkle. So first up is Konane. Ooh. Konane, make a dexterity saving throw.
Actually, I use Tides of Chaos and just pass it.
Tides of Chaos, Tides of Chaos. Tides of Chaos would give you...
Oh, Wild Resistance, actually. Sorry. I have
Wild
so many
Resistance.
abilities.
All right.
I have too many to keep paying attention to and what's named what. Wild
Good
Resistance,
use.
I pass it.
It's a 1 use per day ability. Good use of some
Yep.
traits today.
But I need to roll a d20 because reasons.
Yeah.
That is a 7.
All right, you're up to a 4. All right, Jaeger, are you ready?
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, this is interesting. Jaeger, give me a charisma saving throw.
Three, of course.
You find yourself suddenly in front of this flaming skull as it dissolves to ash around you. In midair, its jaws are closing down around you. However, it dissolves into ash before it can complete its bite upon your body, which leaves you with the second problem. Now you're falling.
Do I get to do anything, or
Nope,
am I...
not yet.
Okay.
Klinkle. Ooh, I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw. You get struck by a beam of black energy. You start to feel the life get pulled from you, and you give out a little squawk as you duck behind the counter, the table, the workstation you were headed towards, and you rebuff the energy attack against you.
I'm gonna say I scream at him at how rude he is in Primordial.
And with the death blows fired across the room, he dissolves into ash, and Jaeger begins to plummet.
Jaeger immediately uses
We'll get to you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No worries. I know you're eager to save yourself. I don't blame you. Conifer, you don't know his name yet. The gnome lets out a quick shout of triumph and then immediately cowers behind the workstation. Initiative count 0. That thing goes away. The world outside, those strange stars and swirling colors, begin to fade away. And above the dome, amidst this swirling storm, you see the currents of energy gather and swirl around a shape, a figure looking down upon you all. Humanoid in appearance, its body seems draped in robes in cloth that fade and dissolve into tatters of undulating mist. A deep cowl is pulled over its head, but you see wisps of some kind of substance emerging from underneath it as its gaze lingers on you all for a moment. And as the last of the strange stars flicker out, it dissolves away, and the fury of the ruined storm returns above the tower. Say.
I'm very scared. And
real
Erect.
quick though, before we move to say, can I use a reaction? I'd like to cast Featherfall.
You will have to wait till your turn.
It's a
Or no,
reaction.
it's a reaction. It's a reaction. You can cast Featherfall. Go and cast Featherfall.
Cool. Just wanted to, I didn't know like if we exited FMV mode or not.
Yep.
Yeah, Alistair reaches to his side pocket and unlocks the swarm. Bunch of little dragonflies go flying around Jaeger to slow his fall.
All right. Say, the object of your fear is gone now, which is a good thing.
Everything's still chaos, and my intelligence is 3. I'm gonna ask Vera for uppies.
Fair enough. Fair to say that she's going to scoop you up confused. But that's fine. All right, is that it for your turn?
Yeah, it's fine.
Taliesin, the effect on your mind is broken as the creature dissolves away and the world reasserts itself, and the glory of its being is no longer your primary concern.
All right. I will drop concentration on polymorph then.
Say you're no longer a raccoon and you are now being carried in Vera's arms.
Okay.
And for some reason, it's not letting me move.
Are you on ruler?
No. There, finally. What the hell?
Is it lag?
Yeah, it had to have been lag or something, because now it's able to move. So...
Now that I know where I want to be.
There we go.
So...
I look up and I see do I see the figure above the glass?
I would say you caught a glimpse of it before it disappeared.
Okay,
So the person vanished. Okay.
Yes. I can say that in that moment, it did not seem familiar at all.
I will look down at Jaeger falling, and knowing that this is a deep, deep pit, I will leap off the edge and become a giant bird, so I can catch him and pull him back up instead of him going all the way to the bottom and not being able to get back up.
Okay. So with a reaction slowing Jaeger's fall, and Taliesin turning into a bird to catch him and pull him back up, that solves the immediate threat of the moment, so I'm going to end combat. One moment. There we go. All right. As you bring Jaeger to safety on the ground, you have a brief moment to kind of take stock of yourselves and your situation as you figure, what the hell just happened? And you hear a series of rolling thunder outside of the tower, and you look up and you see the ruined storm slowing. The spinning clouds are beginning to break away, but the amount of lightning is intensifying, some of which is lashing down at the glass. The gnome, looking up and seeing it, immediately shouts, "Oh no, oh no, 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 no," and begins running towards the what looks to be the master control station over here on the map. As he's doing that, what's everyone else doing?
I will climb out of Vera's arms.
She lowers you down and kind of winces a little bit and rolls her shoulder. What the hell just happened?
Oh, you think I got turned into a raccoon?
Yes, I know that. That would have been adorable in another circumstance, but What was that?
A big anger skull thing that we needed to kill?
She looks shaken but nods. Taro kind of moves forward and looks where the creature disappeared and peers into the shaft below it. That was a relic from the ages long past. But that did not belong here. It was an oddity, an aberration. Of that I am sure.
But what now? Gnome friend, guy, sir. Are we still doing this console business? Do we have to turn these things on?
You know magic?
Yeah.
Get to that workstation!
I'm gonna get to the workstation.
Follow the input commands. We need to draw the power out of the storm. Send it back down.
I will do that.
All right.
Arcana check.
I'll get to it. What's everyone else doing?
Assuming the gnome is hollering in common.
Yep.
I take the 1/2 step to the right to get to this workstation.
All right. Alistair and Klinkle, you both see new scrolls of runic begin to appear on the station in front of you. And you know, even though some of the runic is old and unfamiliar to you, you are familiar with enough. You are familiar with it enough to kind of follow the flow of things, and you realize that these workstations are somehow linked together, and you begin to assist the gnome in stabilizing the storm? You'll say stabilizing. Kanane, what are you up to?
Just watching what Alistair's doing because she's just really confused.
Okay. And Jaeger, what are you doing? You've just been rescued.
Been rescued, hadn't been able to do anything at all in the fight. So this entire ordeal is completely out of his depth. So he's just gonna. Kanani looks fine. Say looks fine. Everybody looks fine. Taliesin is back to his senses. Jaeger's just gonna pull away from the center. And just wait.
As you back away and reflect on the monster you came face to face with, you do have that thought kind of eat away at you, and you feel that same place you draw your rage from, that anger. You feel a stirring there, and you know that this showed you something. You haven't fully processed it yet, but it's made you angry deep in the pit of your being, and you need to think about that for a minute. Taliesin, you've dropped Jaeger off. You've resumed your natural form. What are you up to?
I call out Alistair. Describe the things that I need to press. I will push them.
I'm going to hop on an Arcana table.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, I'll use enlightened self-interest on Taliesin to give him a d6 to his check if he has to make a check for this.
You don't even need to worry about it right now, because as you all take your positions at the table, this is where we're going to call it for the night.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
With the storm raging above you, you all scrambling to fix what this station did. this is where we ended for the night. You all gain a level.
Sweet.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations. I believe you're all level 10 now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Level
Sometimes
10
you get a
now.
10.
And before we start splitting up for the night, I need to check some things. And yeah, I've got to reach out to a couple people. One moment, please.
Are magic items leveling up?
You can talk amongst yourselves as I do this.
Talk amongst ourselves.
So has anyone
So
seen
has anyone
Black
seen
Adam
Black Adam yet?
Never
No.
heard of it.
No, not yet.
I want to see it, but at the same time, I've heard a lot of bad things.
Ooh.
yet?
Bad things from whom, though?
Critics?
IGN.com. Does anybody want to fuck with the lightning button?
Nah.
Get
Nah.
an extra cantrip.
Ooh, I get another 5th level spell.
Hell yeah. You full casters and your spells. You're all gonna be so cool. Just like Chris-san. He's so cool.
I gotta make my character sheet. Show me how many levels of fighter and rogue I have.
It should say it, yeah, it says it right below background.
Nope.
Which character
Which
sheet?
character sheet?
It's odd. Maybe it doesn't show for player characters.
You said it was right.
You said it was right
background?
below background?
On the OGL sheet on the right side, about midway down, is background levels and active
Oh,
abilities.
okay. Yeah, way down there. I didn't see it down there.
No worries.
I gotta watch that YouTube video to figure out where to put my next level. Been a hot minute.
Level 4. Well, at level 6, a fighter gets an extra ASI.
Yeah, I think it will be probably Fighter 6.
Those sweet, sweet feats.
So I can take Sharpshooter like I should have. Instead of
Ooh.
instead of Wonder Creator, which was a choice.
Well, variant rules, you can swap out a feat at ASI.
No, I like it too much for her character.
Fair enough.
It does nothing for me mechanically, but I love it too much for her character.
She gets to make
She gets to make toys for children and friends.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Here, have this
little distraction that took me an hour to make.
You like it, right?
You like it, right?
Do you like the toy I've made you? This game ran long, but I'm pleased. For the first time, a lot of the bullshit things that were planned actually went according to plan. As far as, like, visuals go. No one clipped into the back rooms. Lightning was a little loud.
The only
I mean,
thing,
the only thing that I have a problem with is the global volume controls.
If I
if Swing's actively playing
and
I hit the playlist button,
everything
everything stops playing.
Or
Or
everything's still
everything's still
the playlists
button
to
drop
drop
the music volume down.
So
I can't hear the loud and stormy winds right now. I can't hear the ghosts of the void. When another track came in after I had done that one I could hear, and I could move the playlist sound thing so I could choose the level of it. But
So
I
that's
can't
actually
do that.
that's actually a glitch that I'm not sure if we can like fix, but we'll work around it. What happens is, the music is streamed from YouTube, right? And up until like I want to say like 2 or 3 months ago, things were working okay when the dev who works on the YouTube music plugin was actively working on it. YouTube's changed something, and now when the music seems like it's playing correctly, it's fine. But now there's a glitch where, like, if you adjust the volume, it adjusts the volume exponentially, so you'll hear it's like a fade out. You'll drop it a little bit, and then it'll go and turn off. And I don't know if that's going to be fixed, because if the dev isn't working on it, it's not going to get fixed. So what we have to do is turn the music into, basically download the music off of YouTube, or source the music from elsewhere, edit it if it's like really, really big, so it doesn't clutter up the server. Several hour-long music playlists are really bad. And that is a part of game prep that I've been neglecting.
That's not all that important.
It's really not. I mean, half the people don't really listen to the music, or the music gets turned off because DMCA. So I really haven't invested time into that, except for when, like, at least when I'm running my game, I will chop and cut and loop the music in Audacity, upload it, because I know that, like, the one person who's going to be listening is going to really enjoy it. But that's like few and far between. And then when it comes to like helping Mitch with his game, it's like, well, I already kind of blew my wad on mine, so I'm just going to grab this from YouTube, put it on the janky thing that sometimes works, and we're going to see if it sometimes works for the players. Sorry, there's an action economy, and I am hedging bets on myself.
Okay, my after game tasks are completed. So next game should be interesting.
Why?
We'll find out.
Okay. Was there something that you needed us here for?
Not for most of you.
Oh. Man, I thought we were hanging out because you had something to tell us. The post game?
Ironically, I'm looking at my thing, and I'm supposed to have... I have no clue where Fortifying Concoction comes from, but I'm supposed to have Fortified Patient. So someone transferred over my stuff wrong.
Uh-oh.
Fortifying Concoction, I think, is your knack.
My knack was boom.
You have 2 knacks. Level 5, you have the second knack.
That actually reminds me. Now that you are all level 10, I actually wanted to revisit those knacks and redevelop them. Basically, the idea is to take 2 underpowered knacks and fold them into a single powerful one, or trade it out for a feat. Or maybe roll in a little bit of both for everyone. So we'll be working on that between games.
Cool.
I don't know. Can we talk about the weirdness that is my advanced discoveries? Because what the fuck good does Raise Dead do me at level 10 when I don't think I can use it for another 6 levels?
If you have a scroll of Raise Dead by Raw, you'd be able to use that scroll. But since we don't use scrolls like that in this game,
we'll figure out something to make it work. Swap it out for something better, probably. All right, those notes are down. Thank you all for game. I hope you had fun. It was a happy Halloween, I guess. This was the Eerie episode.
Hell yeah, happy Halloween.